I got some cat. Kiss that cat. Beat up that cat. Snake. Beat up that cat. Hit him and break him. Beat up that cat. Beat up that cat. My evil cat, my evil to me, I will hate everything. You get to me. You get to me. Wherever, if I don't see you, wherever if I hit that, but I can't but because I love him every day. Might hit that cat, don't let him go away. And he nicely, I'll snap behind, oh nothing, no, I'm so with you, and I feel you. But I'm person, I'm just that bad, oh no, man, oh just that bad, oh no, be no. I feel about right on that. I But if I kiss my rabbit every day, don't let me, don't let me go away. I will snap more. Feedback. Assuming that I met the late start my baby first. Then we go into I was Make both host. Yes. All right. Good morning, all. Hello. Claim host. Mhm. 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 Hello. Mhm. Hello, everyone. Now it's on like Donkey Snucky Kong. Now we're gonna see where everything is at. Mm-hmm. Okay. What is? Well, look like we on the next level now. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm doing all the English class now for this morning talk because I realized I was not at home, so I can't contact the Cambodian group. You know. So anyway, um, just here chilling. Now I can talk the way I want, and it was beautiful. How things came to be. How things came. It's way early in the morning.
Sorry, I don't understand.
I say it's way early in the morning, Google. Mm-hmm. Baby, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Baby, mm-hmm. Khi mi say ói bàn chuột. Ngập trong khó. Beverly. All right. That's it. Chứ mới này là châu. It's amazing. All right. Everything good. Everything good. Everything good. Oh, I like this. Da, da, da. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Đây là lời. All right. It's up here. It's a thing, and everything just fine. Let me see the subject I mostly enjoy about this world. You know, if you're looking for straight people, you will find them all. Hey, Eric, how are you?
Good. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, you see, yeah, we begin to attract reality. Oh, you can unmute. You'll be all right if you're not working. You
I'm okay.
okay? So as you can see now, um, you finally experienced the med bed, what out there other people was talking about, but they never able to do it except until you come on me.
I love it.
Yeah, you see now the inner world is amazing. It's where everything's at. The outer world is just only side effect. The inner world is the quantum world. The outer world is only what the quantum world present, the consciousness, you know. Mhm. And that's why I was trying to show everyone. When you do it, you know, the presence start activate immediately. Because what I did, I teleport I asked a computer, which is your higher self, taking the form of the quantum computer, right? The spirit, in other words, and it does exactly what was being asked, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to believe in it. You know why? You don't have to believe in such thing
Mm.
because if things are real, it's automatic. Just like
Right.
Michelle teacher said.
Right. That's true.
It be auto. Yeah. Hey, that's Dr. Jose.
Morning.
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 Mhm. So what you think about the group now?
Learning, and you gotta tolerate the BS, I guess.
Yes, it come with it. It come with it, and you can't even push it
They
away.
have to be able to discern reality from fiction so they know the truth, because the only way is that the experience.
You're right. That's why a lot of watch a movie and that movie get to them. Mhm. You're right. And even with a lot of these people, Eric, they watch too much movie, and it's okay. You know, as long we want them, what will they bring to us? What kind of contribution you bring to the group? You know,
Yep.
that's what we want. But if the BS get out of hand, we have to pull them to the side a little bit.
Mm.
You're lucky, Eric. You did not did you see I had to spank Sarah yesterday?
Well,
Yeah.
she's stupid. She's supposed to be smarter than that. A kid can. What's wrong with that? That she can't get it. What I mean, you're not gonna take cover and disappear. You always return back where you started
Mm-hmm.
because it's on your mind. Before you can manage to do that physically, you have to
Mhm.
be able to
It
do it all.
inwardly. You got to first do inwardly. Then the physical start to follow. You notice that, Eric? When you start to outer path that I teach you, it's all about inner path. You know,
Yeah.
and levitation too, and all invisibility too. It all start within. Then it starts to radiate slowly from atom to atom, molecule to molecule. Finally, the whole body resonate, and then start to levitate.
The way I experience is like a teleportation because
Uh-huh.
you're always back where you started.
Exactly, because you're not going anywhere. You're just seeing things from a different perspective. Yes. And
Even
then
if
she's talking about short life. The only time you have a short life if you disrespect the teacher, the inner teacher, and the one who's teaching you. That's when you get taken out by them, you know, the being that is in charge of the world. But if you say you're sorry, and then you change your way, then they forgive you. It's that simple, you know?
or even if you teleport, you're always back to where you started. That's what I noticed,
Yes.
and it's hard to tell the difference because you never know.
Mhm.
It's like very
It's a
fast and
quantum.
quick. And you just
Yes, it's quantum world. You're just shifting perspective. It's all you are doing. You know, that is it. Wow.
there's no need of any medicine or anything.
And I saw her. She said, "Oh, she want to stay on Earth. This that." It's she kind of lost me. And then I try to present to her like a fish in the ocean. Hello, water, human to air. Where do you think water came from? Air, hydrogen and oxygen. And we are like, well, human being. We are like fish in the air. You know, we swim, fly. And that's a secret. Go for it. You know, once you realize you are like fish in the ocean, similar, because ocean came from air, then you can swim, you know, at will. Swim in the air.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then I realized part of me was saying side up, side up, side up. Alarm was going off big time, you
Well,
know.
whatever it is, but then she could very well say, "I'm not ready right now. I'm uncomfortable." That's it.
Mhm. And that's why I
Do
said
that if
what I
you're
said.
moving around. It's hard to do it when you're moving around or doing things.
Well, there's
Yes.
nothing. They say don't judge a book by its cover. Experience first, because everyone is experiencing it and they enjoy it. You know, then give it a chance. Then you will know is it for you or not. But don't. But then I ask her where you get that information for, like a little taste short life that she's talking about. Oh man, this is all like BS stuff. That's not based on reality at all. Ain't that amazing?
What time is the Bitcoin training?
Hmm. The Bitcoin.
Yeah, check with LT. I thought it was Saturday. Whenever he got.
He gonna be doing a video or something how to make it short and simple, you know, and
Oh, okay.
get everyone. There is like, you know,
Because there's a lot of ways and a lot of means, but if everybody's on a different platform, it doesn't work. And obviously, we have to start with the Bitcoin and the Ethereum in order to exchange.
mhm.
That's the problem.
Now our coin is live now.
So you can only exchange it with those two
Mhm.
currencies.
And you get Bitcoin from Coinbase.
Yeah.
Well, I do understand one thing though.
Yeah.
That that a lot of people underestimate me, Dr. Jose. They sure did.
Or it's just
And
they
they
look at
also
the
super
difference between
jealous.
the
Yeah.
person versus the inner person because they're
Mhm.
associated. And the
Exactly.
person, I mean, you can't associate the person with the channel because it's totally different.
Exactly.
Your channel is not you, it's your higher self.
Yeah, high self coming down, taking form, whatever form it need to take in order to get you back into it, you know? Hmm. Just like my friend James Rick, he asked about the TRB, he think that's thing is 50. It doesn't matter because they always upgrade the technology. The TR3B Astra has been in service for a long time. They just upgrade the technology, like the inside.
Well,
But the
even that,
principle, you know? Hmm.
that's a hybrid technology. That's a physical. Where
Yeah,
the highest is all about energy. Doesn't have any
exactly.
shape or form. It can take at will. So
Exactly. And it,
that's
yeah.
just obsolete to me. It's obsolete.
Hmm. And the secret space program, but the Unimetrics just only report what is going on, you know? That's all it does. And how we perceive the information, well, that's another level. Hmm. What happened? Game he brought in two new guests.
Well, he's still stuck in the it's
Hmm.
still stuck in the physical form instead of the evolving into the quantum field.
Hmm.
That's his problem. It's still in the material world, in other words, which is the so-called secret space technology, which big deal. I've been there before Trump was on with his Space Force.
I'm just tired where the secret
When
space
we already
program.
supersede the space and time, so there's no longer physicality in the space and time
Exactly.
because it's a quantum. You can create at
Exactly.
will in your conscience, and that's what the higher echelon beings are doing.
But
So they're not no longer fabricating out of toxic metals or heavy metals. Nothing. They can do it a
just
hologram.
like the medbed. Look at the medbed. We didn't have to
Yep.
create the technology. We just use the technology from the higher world to project a light body similar to a voodoo doll, you know? That's
Yep.
it. Hmm. And we can remote get healing anywhere throughout the universe.
Because we are made out of energy. So therefore,
Hmm.
it's easy to manipulate in the quantum field and create a hologram medbed or spaceship, even though it's not visible for anybody, only for those who have eyes to see it.
Exactly.
Because it's in the conscience. It's based on conscience.
See, 100% correct. Amazing. Was that Eric? You and Dr. Jose had the same last name, the Rubio.
Yeah.
Mhm. Remember Mr. Cash?
Yeah.
He kicked everybody out that know the truth.
What do you mean?
Because,
He kicked them out?
well, he can't make money with
Oh.
with the knowledge I put out because it's telling everyone how to do things, so how the engine works. He's a businessman,
Of
right?
course.
He's dangling quantum plasma in front of everybody. Remember when you first found me? You found me when I showed my face on that big screen, right? On that special event day.
Yeah, because I could tell the difference between the Joker, what's behind the Joker.
Mhm.
So, but a lot of people couldn't differentiate the person versus the 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 spirit world,
Mhm.
because they just look at the person and say, no, it's just you can't see between the all the jokes or between the fiction.
Mhm. Terrible. Well, what do you think about that now? 4 year already.
No, it's
We
still
have
evolving and still learning.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I've done it. I broke them down. They thought I would go away. they forgot about who I am. You saw my heart, Dr. Jose. Remember when the universe contact me, they want to offer me the degree and to reward me with the stuff I did, the research I did, right? And I said I won't take it unless my crew get it too. No one ever think like that. True or not? Never think. No one ever think like me.
I say, well, I'll take it, but what about the rest?
Yeah. What about the rest? Mhm.
Because it takes an army basically to build something like you
Mhm.
see that it started with a twisted wire, and we had to turn it into something that was powerful
Mhm.
and more efficient and
Mm.
all about.
Well, now you understand that no one ever generous like me. See, I'm true. And that's what people don't realize. A lot of people are trying to take advantage over this and that. Me, it's not about just about me. I think about, well, I know how, but how about my partner? How about my team? You know, I think like that. I'm like Captain Kirk, you know?
Mm.
Mhm. And that's how it works. I'm a community builder. I'm a team leader. I got to think about myself, but I also got to think about my crew. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That's why I'm the best. Remember that guy Smarty? He have a lot of people. I know that people enjoy lie more than truth. But now here's the line blur. And they tell what is lie, what is not. Now I bring out the truth. The truth is more stronger than the lie. Cynthia, hi babe, how are you? Cynthia, Scorpio, hi. Is she there?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. You there, Scorpio? That's Cynthia, my Scorpio clan. Mm-hmm. That's why I want to bring the white people a lot, because I knew if I can capture a lot of them to my side, Dr. Jose, and I present them the real knowledge, they become a good marketer. They can recruit a lot. What can they bring to the community? That's my question. You see that, Eric? How I operate? Isn't that
Yeah.
beautiful?
Yeah, that is. Hopefully maybe I can provide you some of that too. I'm trying to start up a business here, and I'm learning how to make websites, and eventually I'm gonna need to learn how to market.
Yeah, or I'll do just invite your friend. That's the key. The key is
That's
to
it.
invite
You don't have
people.
to explain
Yeah.
anything.
Don't have
Just
to do
make
anything.
sure
To focus
Well-
and do it.
Mhm.
whether they
Hey,
like it
Chris.
or not. It's up to them. But you
Up to
give them
them.
the opportunity
Mhm.
because this doesn't come every day. This knowledge,
No,
and it's crazy as
this
it
is
is.
hidden.
You make it real.
Right.
Yep. We make whatever you want into reality. That is the consciousness science. Layman terms say we make bullshit real.
Yeah, I see a lot of my so-called friends. They take it as a joke.
Well,
Right.
it is a joke until they're experiencing it, then become real.
Mhm.
How could they know if they don't experience it? So it's a joke.
Mhm. Well, just like Sarah
So-
last night, she didn't want to participate in levitation. So when she told me that, I questioned her. Why not? She said she's afraid. But where that
Right.
afraidness come from, I need to know. You know?
Well,
See, this is how you have to confront your people, right? You got to want to know where they're coming from. It's very important that you confront them.
but with the experience, if you don't have the experience, it's kind of hard to tell.
Mhm.
So how could
We
you
can
know
help.
the difference?
Then I found out most, I won't call it like this. Most white people I come from, they got enlightened from movie, knowledge from movie. And Dr. Jose was there. We met this white girl from Fort Worth, right? And she was talking blah, 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 and say, where you got that from? Then she was talking about that movie with is it Tom Cruise? Right, Tom
Mhm.
Cruise was in it, right?
I don't know that.
Transcendent or something.
Mm.
Yeah, Transcendent.
Big difference movies and
Well, what happened
experience.
is people, they couldn't tell the difference between what is movie and what is real.
Mm.
Yeah, they've been upside operation.
You'd think people would be able to tell, but
Well, people think Skynet is real. The movie. They lucky I'm a movie addict. I watch every movie so I can catch them. Mhm. See? So what do you think about that?
Good. Look at it. How many bugs on this one?
Mhm.
3 or 4 in a single flower. Big
wow.
bumblebees. Where's the bumblebee? Bee man. They just levitate in there, so heavy and huge, and they can fly like nothing.
Just
They
like
definitely.
just like a lot of guests came to a lot of shows, like James and Alfred. I'm asking Unimetric if they can verify anything out this guest told Unimetric zero verification. That's what I knew is all make up. If you've been in Secret Space program, you would brought technology and you also brought magical ability with you in one form or another. Something. And guess what happened in Gaia now? They say Gaia say that David Wilcock and Corey Good was making thing up and they knew about it.
Or if they didn't, they had to. I think more or less they were just exaggerating.
Mhm.
It's hard to tell all the
Mhm.
details when you're kind of drugged up or hypnotized.
Mhm.
So
Side
it's-
operation.
you can't tell the difference because
Mhm.
it's just like a nightmare dream, but very vivid. So you can't tell.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You lose space and time, and you can't remember stuff, and that's the problem. So Might as
Super
well.
soldier. Yeah, Eric, when you say super soldier, understand what that is. That called, remember that movie called Van Damme called Super Soldier? I mean Universal Soldier, right? Where you die and they resurrect you back and they start, putting chip in you and give you drug injection. Yeah, to take out and search in that. Mhm. And that's what people right there say super soldier. That means they've been suited up in drugs. Dr. Jose, you see what's going on. Most of the people you and I ran into were what? Were on drugs. True or not?
Yep.
And they call themselves super soldiers. I was like, oh shit. Mhm. That's what happened, Eric.
Alcohol and drugs doesn't mix.
Drug, yes. And you cannot be a super soldier if you do that. A military officer cannot be intoxicated or be influenced by drugs. You show honorable behavior pattern throughout your service and your interaction because you represent a greater purpose. You're very disciplined. So you have a need a healthy mind and body. So you're always battle ready. That's what it means. Hey Monique. Hey Momo.
Hello, hello.
Mm-hmm. How you doing today, baby?
Morning.
I'm good. I'm good.
You see? Mm-hmm. And you see what I did? I went on like a bashing free, bashing every people that is not with themselves. It works. And people who with themselves stay with me, people who not, they will leave. And I like it.
Right.
Because, well, you want to know the secret? The secret is you ask yourself what kind of product you want to put out there. You want real product, you want real people, or you want just pretender? You know, who do you want to be around you? Because remember, people don't watch you to find out who you are. People watch the people you with to find out who you are. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
You can't get away from the truth. Hey, Kalila, how you doing, baby? Hi, long time no see. Where you been? Hello, Kalila.
Okay. Hi, Dr. K. Hello, everyone.
Hi, baby.
Good
Where you
morning.
been, huh?
I've been watching on YouTube and stuff. I've just been really bogged down with work. It's crazy
Mm-hmm.
right now. Um, but I miss you guys. I've been watching on YouTube, following along. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're doing okay. Everyone's doing well.
Well,
That's good.
the UM1 is live. Now
Mm-hmm.
people can get it now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, no, so we're in, the point is we're in the market now.
Okay.
Hello,
Awesome.
Bro Peacock. How are you, brother? That's Albert. That's Albert Peacock. Mhm, mhm. So that's what happened. We got everything moving on that side.
Awesome.
Hmm.
Awesome.
And now
Well,
we can tell. Now we can tell a friend and family. They can. LT encourage everyone to buy it from the Star Exchange. You know, that market called Star Exchange or something.
mm-hmm.
I can't even say it.
Sato. Sato
Sato
Exchange.
Sato Exchange. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So
cool.
we've been doing all kinds of stuff now, and
Mm-hmm.
I introducing MedBed, I introducing things, because for me, if you want to take down another market, you have to make sure your market are satisfaction to you. Once you realize your satisfaction, you're happy, then your market is golden. Then it will automatically do its job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm,
That's awesome.
mhm.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why,
gonna try to get the next crypto class that he does.
yeah. He's LT, you know, he's a businessman. He have a lot of knowledge.
Hmm. Yes, he does.
Mhm. And
Okay.
the one thing he taught when we meet people at market, we want to ask them what can they bring to us, you know, to our community. That's all important. Mhm.
Yeah.
They got to do something for us. Just
Mhm.
remember, it ain't no free handout in this world.
That's
Something for
right.
something. Mhm.
That's right. They don't pay the bills.
You have kids. Baby need feeding. If a man
Mhm.
wants something from you, and I know what he wants some putang. Well, he ready to pay some bill. You want to get some putang and feed the kid. You know. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Or the booty
No such thing
warrior or
as.
somebody.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm like the booty warrior. I say we can do this the easy way or the hard way. It's but there ain't no freebie, right?
Yes, sir. You telling the truth.
Mhm. You hear that,
Mhm.
Dr. Jose? You want some of that putang from Korea from the other in the group? You gotta give it something too now. That ain't free. They ain't gonna come to your field free now. Tell him, Kalina.
Oh
Let him
Lord.
know. Let him know nothing ain't free in this world. It's got to be some kind of mutual exchange. Ain't that right?
Yeah, that's just the way. How you say the way the ball bounce?
Mm-hmm. That's just the way it is. Mhm. That song, the old song.
Old school.
I like old school song. I'm an old
Yeah,
school, you know.
yeah. Those songs were the best though. A lot of the stuff out now is just trash. I don't even listen to it.
Do you remember the old timers say that too back in the day? Oh, them kids, what are they? That's the same thing that the old timers say to the old timers when they were young, you know.
Oh yeah, the old
Hmm.
heads. That's true too. Yeah,
Hmm.
definitely.
And them kids, I don't know what's wrong with them.
Yeah. Well, I've been listening to what you've been teaching about respect and everything, and
Oh,
that's
it's
a huge
important. Hmm.
that's a huge part of it. It's just there's a lack of respect.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
One, if in the spiritual plane, if you disrespect your teacher, the spirit world going to turn on you big time.
yeah.
Well, look
No.
at Elijah, look at Ahmad, look at Torin. They disrespected me, the original teacher. And guess what the spiritual world did to them? F them over. Boom, they gone. Just like that.
Yeah. And that's just how I guess that's the law of the universe, karma or
Oh, no,
whatever.
no. Has nothing to do with the law of universe. It's called, you know, the word, if if you disrespect your parent, what will happen to you? What will happen to
Oh,
the spiritual world do to you? Because spiritual world is your ancestor, right?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
also
That's
your
Hmm.
true.
future. They will beat your behind so bad that you can't even sit down.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
That's true. That is true. You get disciplined.
Exactly. And worst case scenario, you get to that point, they just break your neck and let you die. And that's it.
Yeah.
They do that.
Yeah. Some will
Break your
take you
back,
out.
break something, you know.
Hmm.
The spiritual world don't play around. You disrespect, you're gonna get disrespect. You know, that's just the way it
Yeah.
is, you know. Because there is a being around us that keep us in check. And that's why we're trying to tell everyone there's no free will, guys. Come on, seriously. Free will in front that you're gonna disrespect.
Hmm.
You just say you're gonna do a free lunch. Nothing is free in this world. That's why get rid of the word free, because it does not exist. I prove it to you. You did not born of your own power. You born because mother and father. You born because of oxygen and water. Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
And talking about free will, that's an illusion. If you start believing that hype, you're gonna get busted by the spiritual world. And you're gonna get hurt by them. I've proven to you, I can violate you at all time if I wishes, because I have power or dominion over all of you. You know. So I'm gonna tell you the secret how I did it because I give myself value. I'm connected to all of you. You know. And I can turn you on, turn you off because I realize you're part of me. So therefore, by realizing that, I have power, and you realize that too. You have power, and that's why we can respect each other because I can't do bullshit to you. Then I'm doing bullshit to myself. There's no win-win right there. You gotta have a win-win predicament, not win predicament, but win-win predicament. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You like that? Mhm. You see? That's the reason I always do people right. I don't pull a woolly over people because I don't want anyone to pull woolly over me.
Something.
Mhm. So do you see now? That's a spiritual law. You don't want to trick people and lie to them. You let them know up front what will be happening. Then you give them a presentation if this is what is does this resonate with their life contract. Their heart will know. The reason we give you choice because we want to know is this something that resonates with your life contract or resonate with your heart. Does that make sense? So you see what is resonating with your heart because each of us have a different heart. We have a different outtake on things. So therefore, that's why we ask people, do you feel this is for you? It sounds like we're giving you a choice. No, we're not giving you a choice. We just asking you, this is something you can play with. This is something you want to go with it and see what happens. Does that make sense? We're just letting you know that you have ability to participate or not. It's not that not relate to free will. That relate to because everyone has different life contract. So you know your life contract. So that's why we asked you, is this within your life contract? That's what we're saying. And your heart, how you know your heart will let you know you feel happy about it, you will go with it. If you don't, you feel uneasy, that means it's not for you. It's not your time. That's what it means. Does that make sense now, guys? Do that make sense? Ain't that amazing?
Yes. Yes.
See?
Mhm.
That's why people ask you, hey, do you want to join? Hey, do you want this? It's not that you have free will. They just want to know, does this resonate with your life contract? You know, the thing that they are participating. Because we everyone know if you force someone to do things that they are not ready for, it's all be failure. And you won't want failure because everyone have a different limitation, different tolerant level. I have so much advancement, and that's why a lot of black and white people jealous of me, and they don't understand my marketing. You know, unlike other Asian, they would try to trick you. Unlike black people, they try to trick you. Unlike the white people, they try to trick you. But only this Asian don't trick you, because I want you to realize truth about everything, so you have the right knowledge, right understanding, so you can make correct decision for yourself basing on your life contract. And that's pretty much it. That's the product I sell. And a lot of people cannot handle me because they like the lies more than the truth. So be it then. Enjoy the lie. I don't get killed with care. They love the lie or the truth. Love something. Shoot. Keep yourself going. But I told them I'm not going. If you like the lie, don't hang out with me. Cause my drama, it has real pain. It ain't no joke around here, you know. And that's what happened to me, you know. Mhm. I realized it's not even about black or white or Asian. It's about what do you want that make you happy? That's the question I ask everybody. What do you want? And then they say, I don't know. Well, I'm going to tell you what you want to make you happy. You want you. Only you will satisfy you. That's what I'm going to give you is you. You like that word? Some people don't know what they want to be happy. That's where I come in. I know what you want. What do I want, teacher? You want you. That's who you want. Think about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be you. Hey, bro, Peacock, I know you.
What's
Are
going
you
on with you?
working?
Yeah, I'm at
Are
work, man.
you?
Yeah, I'm at work.
Shoot. You know where to find me now in the
Yeah,
zoo.
yeah, yes.
Hey, everyone, this is my friend and my co-worker, uh, Peacock, Mr. Peacock. You know,
Hello.
Mhm. you know, Yeah, he didn't know who I was until he start into acting, and he start finding out I'm full of, you know, I'm full of things that he never even perceived before. Mhm. I'm full of the boo myself, and don't underestimate me. I have a name that you recognize. It's called ammonium nitrate. I take down city. What is the layman term of ammonium nitrate? They call it bullshit. True? Because fertilizer, right? Ammonium, you let it sit, that thing will blow you up. You see what happened to that city? That was from the fertilizer, which is from cow dookie. Mhm. And if you make gasoline and diesel into the fertilizer, it become ammonium nitrate, big time.
Better respect it.
Respect the bull. It took down Oklahoma building, the federal building. You see that? It was
Mhm.
ammonium nitrate. Oh, watch out, guys. You guys are going to be as so much by them talk show people, you know? And that's why it's called site operation. It was designed to keep you distracted from your true self. And you guys be careful. It ain't no joke out there. People will believe lies, wanted to believe truth. Who among you has been lied before? Tell me.
Everybody.
Me, everybody.
Mhm.
Been manipulated, lied to. It's not a good feeling.
Okay. You just hit the key word. Lie, always manipulate. No joke out there. See now? Lies wanted to believe truth. And I tell you who been lying a lot.
Ourselves.
Who among you has been lied before? Tell me. You ready now? Your culture,
Everybody.
your family,
Manipulated, lied
your
to.
race,
It's not a good feeling.
you know? You just hit the key word. Lie, always manipulate. No joke out there. I think someone is watching YouTube at the same time. Been lying a lot. Hello, Florida. Are you watching YouTube as well?
Hello.
Yes. You ready now?
Yes.
Are you? Go ahead and mute your YouTube. Otherwise, because you're getting a feedback from your YouTube live that you're watching. I think someone is watching YouTube at the same time. Hello, Florida.
Hello.
Are you watching YouTube as well?
Hello, Kosal.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Go ahead and mute your YouTube. Can you mute your YouTube because we're getting a feedback from your YouTube live that you're watching. Turn down the volume. In other words.
I don't understand very well English.
And it will stop watching the YouTube. And after that, you're able to.
Hello, Kosal.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Your YouTube. Can you mute your YouTube?
Yes.
Because we're getting a feedback.
Okay. I don't understand very well English.
And it will stop watching the YouTube. And after that, you're able to.
Hello, Kosal.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Okay, I muted for Florida. Okay. Hey everyone, glad you make it. And there's my Henry guy. Oh, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Okay, now you see what the liar does. You hit the right word, manipulate. Truth does not need no manipulation. Truth is automatic. Does that make sense? What is relevant? Well, it's automatic.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. And this is where you got to be discerning. Someone said, well, what true for you might not be what true for another. I beg the difference. If you see what happened if you don't breathe. See that? I guarantee you, everyone on this planet, I bet you I can make that what is true for me be true for you. You know what? The first thing I would deny you, air and water. You see what happened? What happened if I deny them our air and water?
You'd be gone.
Yeah. The pimp lord, no. Hmm. You see that? I said, so I said, I beg the difference.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's truth is truth for you and for everyone. It's truth.
Exactly. And that's the thing. We are bound by air and water. That's why that man keeps telling me, the one that's singing, he say, you think you're Superman. I got the kryptonite. When this big boom hit your chest, even your grandma won't recognize the rest. Who? She gonna look at you and say, whoa, what happened here? Even she start to walk away. Come on with it. You think you're Superman. I got the kryptonite. Who's the one that sing that one? What artist was that? You know what I'm talking about, right? There's an artist that sing that that present that particular perspective, you know. But it's back in the old school day. Oh my goodness. That's the reason a lot of people thinking they are Superman. I see a lot of white people do that, a lot of black people do that, even a lot of Asian people do that. Even a lot of Latino do that. True? Because
True.
they're telling you they're young and stupid. That's what young and stupid people do. They're not mindful, in other words. That's the reason they act the way they act. And that's the reason when I see that, I kind of have to walk away because I know that's trouble. That trouble. And you know what I tell them youngster, when I see that, I say, youngster, I'm going to tell you one way or another. Everything that happened in the past is just repeating itself if you don't learn the lesson of the old timer. You guys will learn the lesson, and your lesson that you will learn will be greater than the old timer that learned it. It's like right now, uh, President Trump making a certain announcement yesterday. He said he had very powerful and rich enemy, and I quote, that is not very happy with what he been doing. And they are very rich and they're very powerful. And he said, this is probably the last time you might be see me for a while. You heard that yesterday? He was telling the world that something is going down and he might not make it or survive the whatever that is. So what do you think about that, guys? Ain't that awesome? That that it's like real TV drama is real time and is being presented to you in a way that is absolutely incredible. Now let's go ahead and manifest some food. Manifest your own food, everyone. Barame, please manifest the food that I like and water that I like and put into my stomach now. Let my stomach be full. And also, please put the food also in my parents' stomach, and also out of Cambodia's stomach, and the people in America, so put them, let them be full also. Do that for me, Barame? Yes. Done. Your turn. Go ahead. Ask Badame. You know who Badame is? It's you. Body, motion, mind, and spirit. Go ahead and do it. There you go. You done yet? Well, guess I'm talking to myself. Oh well, keep on going.
I didn't mean to hit you.
You guys suck, you know.
Repeat
Yes,
what you
done.
said, Ooch.
Yes, done.
Hey, Ooch, repeat what you said.
Just asking the Barame, which is what Barame means is myself, because you're made of 4 different beings: body, emotion, mind, and spirit. And you know who your spirit is. Your spirit comes from God. Your spirit is of God. So when you ask Barame, basically ask for food and water, the spirit of God that is in you, which is you, your spirit, will manifest it for you. You know, just say like this, Barame, please manifest food and water that I like, and please put it into my stomach now and let my stomach be full. By saying that, you feel a full present. And then when you say that, make sure you blow on your palm. When you blow, well, why the blowing necessary? You know, you all came from your ancestors. You see the voodoo priest, the Egyptian priest, the Asian priest, they always blow when they say things. Because even the Bible say that God breathed his spirit into you and give you life. That's why the Bible keeps saying that in you there is the spirit of God, you know, and it was breathed in there. And that's why it gives you life. Even in the Gulam, the Kabbalah, it said the same thing. They were able to create an artificial being, a robot, and they're able to put the name of God in there, and the being came to life. You know, it was breathing life into it. Same way.
Also,
Yes.
you said food, water, and something else?
I just keep it short for you guys because usually I dissolve magical spell around everyone. You know, I just say, Byron, please dissolve bad magic, black magic, and curses around everyone, body, emotion, mind, environment, and dissolve it. And then in Byron, please empower everyone to become healthy, intelligent, and self-aware, and be in line with the universal will. You do that for me, Byron? Byron made my mind
You
say
do
yes.
that for me, Barame.
Then done. Yes. You know who Barame is when you ask Barame, will you do that? And then you hear your thinking say yes, you know, automatically. And it sounds like you because it is you. That's who Barame is.
Barame, manifest food and water for me in my stomach and for my family and all I love.
Would you do that for
Will
me,
you do
Barame?
that for me, Barame?
And what your thought is then? You
Thank you,
notice?
Barame.
Okay. Did you notice when you say, would you do that for me? And your thought say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like your own thought just say yes. That's Barame. It's your own thinking. Ain't that amazing? And you can see that in sci-fi. Remember Captain Picard, Captain Janeway, and all the sci-fi captain, they say, computer, would you open the door? Would you manifest me some food, replicate me some food? And the computer say, yes, Captain. Like that. See?
Hey, Ooch, Ooch,
Yeah.
Ooch.
Yes.
Why would I ask for anything that I already have? I already have food, air, and all these things, what you just said. So why would I ask for something?
Because you need to live on the word of God and not just by bread alone. 2, 4. Yeah.
He wants to
Yeah.
help us become self dependent,
Yes.
and so
Spirit.
we can manifest everything through ourselves.
Exactly. Because you have the kingdom in you. You say you have water, this or that. Okay. Now I'm going to teach you how to apply it. That you can walk in the desert 40 days, 40 nights and still be full and still be functional. It's high
Right.
efficient that way. So can you do that with the bread alone? No. You can't do that with the bread alone. That's why you need the word of God. But where is the word of God? You are God. The Bible clearly says you are God because everything you are made from God, and the spirit that you have is of God. And so therefore you are God. And therefore what you say is the word of God. You know, by saying it, you have to blow, then become flesh.
then somebody will need to let this guy out because Point is in there now, so we need to let him out through the dock.
Go ahead. I'm listening to just Walker.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. So that's to answer your question. Yes, you may have physical food, physical water, but how about the spiritual food, the spiritual water? That's the question I'm asking. And you
Okay.
you can't answer me. And that's where I can, you know?
What question? What is your question?
Where's the spiritual food and spiritual water? Where does it come from? We know you have physical food, physical water, but how about spiritual food, spiritual water that you can live on physically? That's
Well,
why you have turned to the Bible, Matthew 4:4. Man, it's not live by bread alone, by every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord, you know? And that's it. That's why I have to teach you that. For some reason, the teacher Jesus taught you, but you guys don't click. It's like, you know, I mean, it's not your fault because the trainer, you're trying to learn without a trainer, and that's the problem. In the time of the Bible, see, Jesus, the Bible knowledge compared to the real knowledge, it is pale. I'm going to tell you who the real knowledge is. It ain't the Bible. You want to know or not? I'm going to tell you. It's called the Ark of War. Who ever heard of that book before?
I just bought it, a little pocket version.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu. And guess how old is the Ark of War?
No clue.
2,500 plus years. This is the time of the Buddha. This is before the time of Jesus. 500 years before the time of Jesus. This is done by a little Oriental man. 2,500 years ago, written on a bamboo tablet. Preserved it to pass on for generation and was taught to all military factions throughout China, and then it spread to Europe, and then to our modern world. And what is the Ark of War deal in? Say, if you want to defeat your enemy, you must first defeat yourself. Does that make sense? Once you know yourself, you begin to know your enemy, because the true enemy is you. They are going to quote from Sun Tzu. When I am far, I make them think I'm close by. When I'm close by, I am far away. Understand what that means in practical terms. This is relate to yourself. You are walking and you are camouflaged. You can be in the body, but your mind is somewhere else. Apparently, you are there, like walking around, like everyone see you physically, but your spirit is somewhere else. Does that make sense? You understand now?
Yeah, I've experienced
And
that.
then when you are not there physically, but you are actually close by, because your mind thinking about them. That's why the song say, I got you on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. I got you on my mind. That's it. See? And that's where the song comes from. Everything you do is not relate to the Bible. The Bible comparison to the Ark of War is pale. Do you think right now if American go to war with China, do you not think that America will win or lose? You tell me, basing on your observation, your instinct. What does your instinct tell you?
America will win.
That's a loss.
That's a loss.
That's your opinion.
No, I'll look at evidence. China had been there 10,000 years in the making. They went through all kinds of tribal, feudal, state war, and they don't want to introduce the gunpowder, the cannon, handgun, thousands of years. And then everyone on the planet used their philosophy, the Ark of War, to run the world. So if they wrote the source code, they also got a backup source code that they wrote down only they had, because China has two books. One book to be used by the public. One book is to use by the inner public, the inner world. In other words, let me tell you, China run on the world of e-commerce. You know what that is? What is e-commerce? Called business,
Online.
supply and demand, right? Since their ancestor built the Silk Road, which is the first internet where people can intermingle and exchange idea and knowledge. See? And they the one that provided gunpowder on purposely. They provided you with weaponry for you to harness. They just give you basic and you develop it and make it powerful. They just use it for military, use it for cannon, hand cannon or cannon, thousands of years. And in the European, when they have this, they start to look at the alchemy, start to look at it and start to duplicate it. Then they have a sample of the cannon. They just improve on the design. That's all they did, make it more efficient. Now, you have to understand how the world is run on. The world is run on what's called intelligent agency. That's the ruling class of your world. The intelligent. In other words, they said that whatever the CIA and NSA know, the intelligence community will pass that on to their counterpart in other countries. Did you notice that? The intelligent community, if you control the knowledge and the intelligence, you control the world. Does that make sense now?
Yeah,
You
it makes
control it.
sense.
And you
Hey,
know
ooh,
CIA, NSA, go ahead.
okay, just close the whole case. If
Mhm.
China would go to fight Japan, who would win?
Well, that's the thing.
Okay, then that's
Now,
what I'm saying.
no, don't look, no. See, you don't understand the whole truth behind this, okay? Do you remember where Japan came from? Japan came from China. It was from one of the second dynasty. And that's the reason they share the same symbolic, the same everything, the same similar culture, because they came from a second dynasty of the Emperor China legacy. And they were sent around the world to find the immortal elixir. And the king told them at that time, if you don't find this, don't come back. And so they couldn't find the immortal elixir. That's why they have to hide themselves. The word Japan in Cambodian language, the word we call Chenpun. Chen, that means Chinese. Pun means they hiding.
Mm.
Japun, we call it Japun. You know, the Latino call it Hapun. You know, you see? The word ha in Latin, it's translated in Cambodia, ha, that means,
Oh, that's crazy.
you know, that means like great. And pun, that means they there pausing, they hiding, they camouflaging. That's why you see Japan, it came from China. That's why you see the culture similar to China, but not exact, but similar, because they are from the elite of the second dynasty. They were sent by the emperor to find the immortal elixir. Or else, you know, China is obsessed with what? Immortality. Did you know that? Just like the Christian, just like all the elite, they were obsessed with what? Immortality. Did you know that? What is the ultimate goal of all the China dynasty? Thousands of years, they were obsessed with only one thing, immortality. Because of this seek to find immortality, they discover gunpowder. Then they use for entertainment, and then they branch off using it for weaponry purposes. You see that now? Because they were obsessed with what? Immortality. And what is Christian obsessed with? Say it.
Go ahead.
Christian is obsessed with immortality, eternal life. Who can deny, they say I'm wrong on this? Who can say that you're wrong, Dr. K? Who can say that? No one. Because you know already the obsession with Christianity is immortality, eternal life, the new creation, the light body, you know? That's the reason you can mingle with the Asian culture who obsessed with the same thing. And now I'm going to reveal you the secret of all. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Every one of you all worship Satan. And you didn't even know. Your medical. Your
Repeat
medical.
that.
Every one of you worship Satan. Every one of you on this planet. And now I'm going to reveal the truth and right in plain sight. The medical symbol. What do you see? Come on, who more can a
The
medical
snake,
field?
the snake, the serpent,
Say it again.
the snake, the serpent.
The two snakes crossing each other like your DNA.
Oh,
Mhm. And it's the medical symbol. When you look at the statue of Satan, what do you see? Look at the statue of Satan with the goat head, and they do his finger look like a peace symbol. And you see the snake symbol right there. True? Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, they call it the Baphomet. Yeah.
yeah. Yes, you're right, brother teacher. But according to the Bible, the serpent is not according to the Bible, if you want to go spiritual, when you read the Bible, when God told people to put the snakes and look up at the snake is to save their souls. So it wasn't no enemy, it was a blessing. So I don't know where it's come from, because you see it on that by this. We wishing the devil.
Well, we're gonna see it what the word Satan means.
Go ahead.
Why the Cambodia Angkor Wat has a lot of snake? Because you're going to realize what the snake symbol represents. It represents power and wisdom and Kundalini energy. And also it means the ley line of your planet, the Meridian, where the snake crossing each other, it intersect, therefore power. The ancient world, they create their gift and the technology based on ley line technology as the power source. That's why you see when you have the ley line map, or called the Earth magnetic field map, you can see wherever the magnetic field is. The ancient people somehow has the same understanding. They built structure along the system, and is powered by the magnetic field of the planet itself. And even the ship, the flying saucer, their vehicle platform fly along this ley line roadmap, because it's like a boat flowing on the river. See? In other words, the more things change, the more it remains the same. Now you understand. You are the children of the snake, or children of the power, of the wisdom. And that's what it represents.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. See what I'm saying? Yeah. All right.
I know everything because I'm the pimp lord. We see through because I remember all the different cultures. And I told you, stop listening to the white boy. He will lead you into destruction. And stop listening to the black guy. He will lead you to become slave. You listen to the Asian because he can see both the black and the white. You know, I can see both sides of the coin, because I'm on the edge. You see, I can look at both sides. See what this white boy is doing. See what this black boy is doing. Oh, I see. You know.
So, hey, Ooch.
Yeah.
So if you're Asian and so on, so you got a whole lot in common with black people. So look at your lips and all those things there. I mean, we came from, some of the same part of the country. Explain that one, Ooch.
I'm going to explain it to you. The super global civilization is the black race, but you are not called black at that time. You're called heavenly being, because black, there's no such thing as black, first of all. If you look at the black African, they don't look like black. They look like purple or blue or indigo or something like that, dark version, you know? So to call them black is a misconception. They are more like bluish, dark blue. So the black was never even heard of, because if you really think about in the old tradition, the color of God was that color. The modern people call it black, but the ancient people call it a dark blue or dark indigo or something like that, And you look at all the God of the old, like Krishna, Rama, they look like dark blue. Their skin was blue, similar to the African people. And they this bluish being like the blue Smurf, they were a global civilization. They known by different name. In the old day, 30,000 years ago, they were called the Olmec civilization, you know? And then you met other. See, we've been here before. High technology was already exists among us. You heard about nuclear blast. You heard about all the ancient ritual they did, like the Shiva Atlantic. It's talking about a nuclear power plant. It has the power of to renew, to give life, or to destroy life. Well, just like your electricity, you have ability to give life or to destroy life. Does that make sense? Your atomic power. That's why you see the Shiva ling there shaped look like a nuclear power plant where people have to pour water into it. Where the best place to build a nuclear power plant? Next to a water, a power source to cool it down.
Yes.
Mhm. You see?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. All your technology and stuff that we have in the modern world, we've been here before. If you look at the ancient hieroglyphic, you see a laptop, you see an iPad on the wall that been here thousands of years ago. And you see a bicycle with Maya and stuff. And you see that people have time travel capability. That you see like in Angkor Wat, you see a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a Tyrannosaurus Rex from 226 million years ago. You know, it's some kind of dinosaur that eat plant and stuff, an herbivore. You see it. So that means our ancient ancestors understand high technology and they understand circuitry. That's why if you look at all the temple, it looked like a circuit board. It's being powered by a ley line power source. You know, and it looked like a computer, it's a calendar. And they built it on purposely to calculate when the next portal opens so they can move between worlds or move between time, between dimensions. See? People were smart. They can move from parallel earth to parallel earth at will by using the ley line. And that's why the people discovered the snake. The snake means power and wisdom, which is the ley line as the power source. Does that make sense now? And the ley line looked like a snake running, crisscrossing each other, throughout the planet. And wherever they crisscross each other, they built a temple, such as a pyramid, such as a holy place. And that's where the people get power and energized for healing or for powering the ship. And how it works is simple. Like your Tesla coil, you have a coil, it's a receiver, right? Well, when you build the same technology put on the ley line, it's being powered by the ley line. That's why it can do stuff for you. There's no such thing as magic. There's only such thing as high science. High science appear to you as magic. For example, your smartphone. That's a very high science. Don't you know that? You can talk to it. It talk back. Now it proven the Bible is wrong already. The people say in the Bible that an object cannot talk to you. It does not hear you. Well, modern people have proved that to be error. An inanimated object can talk to you, can hear you. That's why your smartphone there. You say, Siri, I love you. Say, Siri, I love you too. That means you have disproven the Bible. The Bible is not correct on that subject. Do you agree with me, everyone? You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You see that? That's why the best book in the world is not the Bible. It is the Ark of War. Once you read that and understand that, you realize this book is older than the Bible. And this other book that's older than the Bible, the Vedic, the Bhagavad Gita, the book of the dead of the Egyptian. Egyptian is a very old culture. It's the same along with China. China sprang from the Yu civilization. That is an extraterrestrial colony, from the Pleiadians. And the Egyptian is extraterrestrial colony from Syria, a star system, and some from Orion. That's where the two power was struggling. Orion, Assyria. And then the reason they point everything to Orion, that was the age when they start settling. And then the Egyptian has the old kingdom, the middle kingdom, and the new kingdom. And then you have the modern kingdom, which is this time. So Egypt has been around, and it was pure extraterrestrial interaction. You know, human being is extraterrestrial. And that's the reason we ask our ancient ancestors where the hell we came from. They always say something, son, we are from the star. See? And they were pointing out a different star map. Some would say, well, our ancestor came from them, the Pleiades. Some people say our ancestor came from Syria, you know, and then some say our ancestor came from that star, Lyra. Did you see now? And you ask the African, they were pointing out, well, we come from there, Syria. See, Earth is a melting pot, a different extraterrestrial humanoid civilization, and they are trying to dominate the market. But at the end of the day, it's just a human family having fun with each other. And doesn't matter where you go because the food tank is still pink. Now, if you have a poutine that is not pink, you better get on up and out of there because there's something wrong with that.
Hey,
Then you need to call it, yeah.
Why is it that all of the great prophets came through Egypt?
Because that's not truly true. How can you say that the great prophet came from Egypt because you only focus on Egypt? Well, let's focus on other part of the world, like the Maya. The Maya great prophet that could give you the calendar of the Mayan calendar, very accurate to keep the precision of time. It came from Maya, you know, and it did not came from Egypt. See, you ask the Maya where the ancestor came from, they tell you in two directions, from the Palladian star system and also from the ancient Atlantis. So if you ask the Cambodian, where are the great prophet, they tell you it came from Cambodian. Where's your ancient ancestor came from? The universe, the star, you know, the alien teacher, the big head people, and the giant, the Nephilim. The giant being is being talked about in our culture. They were our ancestor. We have their blood. And what happened to the giant? Simple. Some went underground, some went back in space, some remained on Earth, and they shrunk and became us. See, you know what happened to people who real big, right? If they don't have enough food, the environment to changes, the body has to adapt. It has to shrink because the oxygen content cannot take care of a gigantic body. Because you know, at the same time, understanding wise the understanding your environment, in order to maintain a big and enlarged physical structure, you gotta have a lot of oxygen. And you gotta have a lot of food source. Does that make sense? To
Yes,
maintain
you're right.
such big being. But what happens if the being does not have that? They have to shrink. Your body starts to shrink. This is a natural reaction of your body because it wants to survive. So the next generation is born, you get smaller, then smaller. So once the body being introduced to food source and the oxygen content is higher, your body naturally grow bigger and bigger. That's how it works. But you gotta have to understand the land of the giant. Okay, here how you get to the land of the giant. The land of the giant exists in three different places: on the surface, in the inner surface, and also in space. So in order to get to the world, you have to travel the ley line. For example, if you travel water across the ley line, you start into the land of the giant. This is where the giant is very big, but they're not cannibal because they grow their own food. They are very spiritual and they have high technology. And they are our ancestor, the Nephilim, you know. That name showing that means a hybrid race between extraterrestrial and human being. Or not human, but other being, you know. And then when the Nephilim ran out of food source, some went escape and create a colony underground, some went back to space, and some remained on Earth. and try to survive, and then they start to shrink slowly but surely. And as time go by, they shrink more, less food more, then they shrink more. Finally, they reach our side. Look at the American people. You live and die by food, but because of that, the new generation always bigger than the old generation because of plentiful food that you have. That's why your kid, they're like some of them 8 or 9 years old, they grow as tall as you know? And you notice what's going on here. Well, obviously, your gigantic genetic code is activating because it recognizes you have plenty of food source. See that? That's just the way nature works. If you want your cat to be small, you don't feed him that much. If you want him to grow bigger, you feed him a lot. Is that not true? You know?
You're right.
See, them big cat, you gotta sustain them. And then you feed them big enough, they eat 1 chicken a day. Mhm. So do you see now how your world works? Your world has different kingdom, a different realm that coexist with you. That's why when you go to places, make sure you ask permission and pray for higher protection. Because you don't know what ancestor you might run into. And then when you see this being, call them ancestor, a mom and dad. So they won't, so they will treat you as the kid instead of as an enemy. See, it's how you present yourself. If you present yourself as family, you be welcome. If you present yourself as stranger, well, you might be not welcomed. Does that make sense? Because they don't know you. But if you present yourself as them, as their descendant, then you'll be taken care of. And that's the key to all this. It's beautiful. Me, I'm not interested in Black Life Matter or White Life Matter or Asian Life Matter. That is irrelevant to my world. But what is relevant to me is called I'm interested in complete truth of yourself. Because remember, Black Life Matter is a side art. White Life Matter is a side art. You know, Asian Life Matter is a side art. Because what does it mean really? It's telling you guys are not being common sense. Once you're being common sense, the word common means common understanding, common equality, common acceptance. You know, you're going back to common law. Does that make sense? Then you realize everything they do happen around, it's a side art. Nothing more than to distract you from your true self, which is commonness. Common tradition, we all have it. We all came from the same human ancestor. But because you guys is out of touch with yourself, that's why they can pull your string like a stick being having a carrot or being an apple right in front of you to dangle dazzling over you and then to pull you in the direction they want. And who are they? They're distracted. That's their operation to distract you from your true self. Who is your true self? You are body, emotion, mind, spirit. Your goal is to be healthy by honoring your body, emotion, mind, spirit, by keeping yourself healthy. And this people is not interested in keeping you healthy. They're interested in keeping you being distracted so that you can be used to be there, what you call BITCH, you know, because they don't want you to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, you become a competition. Does that make sense now? A competition. I know how this psycho people think. They like to be on top of the mountain telling you what to do, and they have no clue about who you are. But because you bought into their money magic, that's why they are the shot caller, you know, and they make structure where they take your credit from you, your money magic, you know. You have to go back to work to make more money magic. And the cycle go on. And then you don't have time for yourself, a self-cultivation. And that's the reason we create UM1, to have our own currency for our community. And we can self-empower ourselves and have something you call your own, and yet you have control of. Does that make sense? And that's the only way to escape is to create your own game. Don't play the game. Learn from the game, learn how to do it, and then use that knowledge, create your own. Do you want to work for other people as your life, or you want to work for yourself as your ultimate goal? What do you want to do? I guess you want to work for other people the rest of your life. Is that true?
No, work for myself.
Okay. And who are you, Galaxy 10? I never seen you before.
It's probably me, Jamie.
Huh?
It's Jamie.
What she said?
Jamie.
Oh, hey, Jamie. Yeah.
Hi.
Mhm. See, who know about Oprah, that she's a super pedophile?
I do. And Ellen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who know that she run the sex slave?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, her and Tom Hanks.
Mhm. You didn't know that, didn't you?
No.
Not that part.
Who know that Tom Cruise has a lot of slaves?
Mm.
No. Oblivious
He,
to
be-
this.
he belonged to the Scientology. And guess what Scientology does? How many slaves? The whole system is based on slave. You work for free. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You better look it up. What is Scientology? How the structure works? And people, they work for free. You didn't know that, didn't you? What happens when you have someone work for free? What is that called in your culture?
A slave.
Slavery.
Yeah. And in Scientology, they keep a tight grip on their followers, don't they? And they work for free, volunteer. They call it volunteer.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You better know all these people who right in front of you, how they run your world. You got lucky. You got called pay slave. You know what? This whole entire planet are run by slave and slave master. You thought slave went away, didn't you? Y'all crazy. Slave just took on a new form.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why you think I create my own little world? Because I want to have my own pimp game, and then it's like a seed I ask the universe for, and they give it to me through the internet. And from that seed, I create followers like you guys, and sooner or later have more and more. Ones have several billion people. I rule the world with the 7 seeds. Yeah, and nobody can stop me. And I'm the pimp lord, and I own all the sea. And together we are the ocean blue. You better dig it, baby, because I'm coming for you. You better come for me, and I meet you in the middle. If we don't pimp it, who will? You better recognize the pimp lord can see through you. That's it. Woo! Like the old song say, I rule the world with the 7 seas. That means if you own the transportation, port, economic, and the ocean, you run the world. Because naval power is very powerful, is it not? And also the sea is made of water. If you own the water, you own everything. Because people need water in order to have anything, civilization. Did you see now? That's why they say the 7 seas. You own the transportation in the water, you own everything. And don't tell me if you don't have water, you can survive. That's a damn, idiocy right there. You need water in order to have civilization. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Water is the true currency of your world and air. Remember that. When there's no water, there is no plant life. True or not true?
True. You're right. You're right, Ooch.
Yeah. Water is the life giver. Remember that. Without air, without the life giver, you die. And right now, corporation trying to control water. If they control water and the air, they control you 100%. And that would be the life currency of your reality. Did you know water is so rare throughout the universe? Did you know that? You guys got everything. Why you think the alien is here? Do you think they here? I'm going to tell you why they here. Because of your water. Now you understand. You know,
Well, what do they need with water?
water is life. Water is sacred. Water is the power source of their technology. Water has ability of quantum property. It can store the information. You can receive it. It can be used to create life because life springs out of water. They can also use power source from water. Water has two property, magnetic and diamagnetic, you know, and it has also quantum property that can, you through water you can open connection to the spiritual plane as well.
That's true.
Water,
That's true.
mhm. And water is the gateway. Even in the Bible say that when the legion demon are not leaving, when the spiritual when the legion, let's call him demon, the semi-god, when the legion demon, when he entered the man, and Lord Jesus asked the demon, who are you? And then the demon say, my Lord. Notice how the demon answered. He recognized Jesus as their Lord. Did it not? In the Bible, the demon called Jesus his Lord. So that means Jesus, the demon follow the directive of Jesus. Does that make sense? In the Bible, it's speaking that the Jesus speak to the demon he possessed. They were possessing this man, and he was having no clothes. And Jesus asked, demon, I mean, who are you? And the demon responded, my Lord. Notice how the demon have ethic and respect. It know wrong and right more than you. It called my Lord. We are legion. And then Jesus asked the demon, what do you want? He said, my Lord, we want to be free. So Jesus was using his ability to command the demon to exile that man. And then the demon and just said, my Lord, please send us to them pig so they can run into the water so we can go back home. That's all they want, was to return home. They were trapped. You notice the water again. You see, the spirit need the water to flow, to go back to where they need to come from. They needed water. So you see that connection now? The water is a portal to other dimension. It's
Yeah,
called,
that's really deep. That's deep.
yes. And so when Jesus commanded the demon, notice how the demon recognized they knew Jesus can help them. He was the missing link. They couldn't, by their own power, they didn't have the strength of the energy. And that's why they were frustrated to exit from the human body, because the human body is, they don't want to stay in the human body. The human body was meant for something else, you know, a greater spirit, you know, because it's always been occupied. So they just hitchhatching. So therefore, they don't want to be here. They want to be and have their own system. So when they ran into Jesus, they recognized him as their Lord. So that means Jesus owned the demon world in one form or another. That means the demon recognized him as a hierarchy, as an upper chamberlain. That means a greater demon. Does that make sense? Demon recognize their own. So they recognize Jesus as one of the upper channeling because they call him my Lord. So that's telling you what Jesus is. He's not what you think. He is Satan. Don't you get it? Satan was the angel of light. And Jesus said that I am the way and the light. And Satan say he's the light. Don't
They
you
were
see
also
it?
the morning star too. Both of them.
Exactly. Exactly. He was telling you right there. Y'all don't see the evidence. That's why I told every
Whoa.
one of you that Christian is worshiping up is Satan. And you didn't even notice. I was amazed. I say the snake. Yeah. Both the demon world, Satan, the Satan Lord, you know, the Lord of the demons, Satan, they said they are the morning star. Jesus say he's the morning star. The Satan say he's the light. Jesus say he's the light.
And Kasal, you also know that it's the reason why they don't even want us They're turning us against Satan. It's the reason why they're turning us against Satan.
It's called side operation. They don't want to let you know that you are Satan. Why you think the church statue being removed it and put in a place the statue of Satan? Now they come in front of the scene and reveal to you, see, we control you behind the scene. Now we control you in front of the scene. That's why I've been telling you, all the Christians are Satan. Y'all didn't know it. Look at the Bible, sacrificial, and Jesus said, I offer my body and blood to be drink and to be eaten. What you call that, eating the body and the blood? We call that a spiritual cooking. Is that not true? They call it a spiritual cooking where they eat children and stuff. Does that make sense now? Guys, you better need to know your word. See the pattern, because if you talk about Satan, you talk about Jesus, you talk about one and the same being. Look at the evidence, look at the pattern, see it. Just like you take a car, the engine is the same, but they just brand a different name and they paint a different color, but it's the same. Okay, Toyota, Honda, Ford, if this technology is different or the same, principle-wise.
They're the same.
Yeah, but the only difference is just the brand name and the color, correct?
Exactly.
Yes. That's why we keep saying to you, the more things change, say it. The
The more
more
things change, stay the same.
That's right. That's right. The snake has been there. Where did the snake came from, by the way? Who's the one that presented you wisdom? Who the one that told you to eat the fruit of knowledge, of good and evil? There's a reason why the snake. And why did he tell you that? There's a reason he tell you that. I'm going to tell you. As a child, when we were a child, did we know what good and evil was? What could be harmful to us, what not?
Not really.
No. But once we had that knowledge, we became self-sufficient. Did we not?
Yeah.
We able to be discerning what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, basing on that reality. So case by case circumstance. So the snake, the reason the snake gives you that, the snake represents power and wisdom and medicine. True or not?
Yeah.
It is very powerful symbol. It's a very powerful understanding. Because of that, the snake wrapped himself around the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. If you don't have a knowledge of good and evil, how can you function as a being? How can you have high culture? How can you have ethic? How can you have respect or disrespect if you don't have the knowledge of good and evil? What is the knowledge of good? Thing that benefit you, benefit people around you. What is the knowledge of evil? It's the same knowledge as good, but it's like, it's too strong. Thing that you kind of overwhelm people with. It's too strong. So when you overwhelm someone with strong knowledge, it can break them, then become evil, because people can't handle it. Does that make sense? It hurt them. So that's why you wait for people to develop and grow before you give them certain knowledge. You just can't give people knowledge just because you want to give them. They got to make sure that they can handle it. That's it. That's it true. But you want to give them the basic though. And you see, the snake don't talk much. He just said, eat it. And then Adam say, well, God told us not to eat it. And then the ancient God, the Satan, say, eat it. See, if God was so powerful, I'm going to ask you this. And why there was God and God war? What's going on there? It seems to be two species having a different outtake on you guys. Two different perspectives. But they're all valid. One God said, don't eat it because you're not ready. The other God said, I beg the different. Give them a chance. Do you see now? One God said, don't eat the fruit of good and evil because you're not ready. One of them is censoring you. The other one say, give them a chance. So is
Do
this
you
two got wrong or this two
do
got
you,
right?
do you really think the first one was saying don't eat it because you're not ready, or it's just saying just don't eat it because I don't want you to eat it forever? And then the other one's like, well,
It is,
go ahead and eat it.
babe, it is
It's
the same. It is the same principle. When someone make a decision as your parent, you have two parents, like mother and father. The father said, no, don't eat it, son. And the mother would say, well, maybe you can have it, but don't tell your dad.
right.
That's what is going on here. Satan is the female because Satan always represent as female. Does that make sense? Because the motherly one, the nurture.
I can see that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. The snake always represent female. Look at Queen Sheba. Look at the Egyptian pharaoh. They were female. They always have the snake coming out of their forehead. See, they show you that Satan is a female. The power, the medicine comes from female because the baby always get the nourishment from the mother. Does that make sense now? And as Satan, it is a feminine energy. It can't just let you, do that and, feel, like it's looking you as a child, say, I can't let them become clueless. They need to become aware of what's going on. I'm very concerned because that's a motherly instinct right there. You can see the attitude. Look at it. No matter how high you are on level of evolution, but your basic parental instinct is always be there. That's why you think I always talk to the higher being as like I'm a child talking to a parent. Does that make sense now? When I interface with them. So do you see now that Jesus basically is Satan representation,
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, I broke the code and none of you did because I'm Asian McNation, because I'm not so black, I'm not so white. That's why I can see in between the line. You got to see in between the line. You got to see in between the line. Does that make sense? If you don't see in between the line, you're going to get lined up. And a big gap coming for you. It's a game, guys. It's the eternal game, And that's
Saul,
why,
they call it Asian persuasion.
yes, the Asian persuasion. You got to see in between the line. You can't see things as it is without seeing both sides. That's why the story has both sides, not one side. Does that make sense? You heard the old timers say that. Every story has two sides. True or not
Yes,
true?
yes, that is so true.
And you got to ask the villain, okay? You ask Uncle Bob, why did you went and rob the bank? And he said, son, I got to keep the family, to keep them fed, because we're going through tough time. When a man tell you that, how do you feel?
Very sympathetic, because you got to do what you got to do sometimes. It all depends.
Exactly. Does that make him a bad person?
No.
No. And then you ask Aunt Susie, why did you slice Uncle John up? What happened? And then she would tell you, I sliced him up because he stole a lot of stuff from a family. And then I found that he was doing that. So I got to handle this because what he touched was secret. He touched the family and I have issue with that. You see the difference now? See, when your aunt tell you why he sliced up Uncle John, and then she tell you that, well, does that make Aunt Susie bad or what?
I don't know. That's a heck of a story.
my story is about blood. See blood bleed, and you see coughing, and then you shed tears. That's the story I use all the time.
I see.
You see? I'm like Pimp Lord story, called the pimp only slap, slap and spank. That's all we do. You hear the that's why you think you see this down all the time. That's a slap. you know. Mhm. Also, it's designed for to entertain you. I like to tell you a story that based on Saturday Night Live and then Living Carter, where people take serious issue and make fun of it. Does that make sense? And turn it into laughter instead of depression and sadness
Oh
and
yeah,
anger.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
yeah. You gotta look at it, the producer and narrator of the people that make Hollywood and stuff. They can with their persuasion, they can persuade you to see things in a different light. What you thought was angry before, you look at it again from their perspective, you see it's a joke. Then you start to laugh. You see, they do everything it's out of common, it's opposite to common sense. And then
Mhm.
they're able to persuade you in different direction. We call it Hollywood magic. Well, don't look too far. Look at your money, right? And let's look at crypto. Now, whoever said for you to say that this paper have valuable, it can give you life and death. That person is pretty powerful. Don't you think they can persuade you to say that this piece of paper with this picture on it can give you life or death? Tell me if that's not powerful. Money, your money. Someone say that this paper with this dead president on it can give you life or death. And then you see the world doing that. Now,
Yeah, that is crazy.
yeah, do you see now? Whoever told you this, they pretty powerful. Their mind trick is whew, beyond my level. Even I can't do that. Do you see now? Okay, that is part one. Let's look at part two. Okay, now part two. I say this virtual money called crypto is going to be the most valuable thing, but it exists in this place called the internet. And then you see everyone buy into it. Now, who is stronger? Magic. The one that say this paper or the one that say, oh, this thing called crypto exists in this place called the internet. Yeah, if you own something, you own the world. And now see people buy into it, and guess what happened? I'm telling you that people making things real. You understand now? You understand now if you can persuade people to set um like, okay, this thing called crypto, and I have it in my phone right here, you see it? This thing worth $1 million. And when people say, yes, it does, then a billion people say, yes, it does, then therefore it shall become. Poof, just like that. Ain't that amazing, guys? Do you see now? Human being have consciousness. You can make BS real at will. As long as you have someone to help orchestrate that, to unite that, then your mind will make anything real. Do you believe me now? So if I want to control you, I don't have to control you. All I have to do is just give you one thing. Here you go. This is worth about $1 trillion. Keep it. Take care of it. By saying that, guess what happened? Everyone want it. Do you see now, Jamie, how it works? They just plant the seed. That's all they
Yeah,
do.
I see.
Yeah.
I see how. I've been getting it. Yeah.
Hmm? See? And that's why I told everyone that when you come to my community, what you're bringing to the community. You can't come to empty-handed. You got to bring something. Because community going to give you something, yet you're going to give the community something. Does that make sense now? That's how it works. Because you are keeping the community going. I don't want to just start the seed, me and LT, but the growing part, guess what happened? The growing part come from the members. By giving it to the community give back to you. Oh, don't worry, you two people, make sure you donate to me like $2, $3, or whatever. Please don't give me $1 because I don't think they accept $1. Like two, at least two. $2 make you holler, okay? Some people might give me 10, some might give 20. So I appreciate the donation, okay, YouTube Live, because hey, being out here shooting the bull, it's not easy. Jamie, you like that one? Being out here shooting the bull is not easy.
I like the one you said $2 make you holler.
I like it all. I created a super chat, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I create the super chat. They say it can increase revenue, this and that, you know, and I really like it. I like to touch on the subject that a lot of people don't touch on. See, that's why I want to make my channel. And you know, to perspective, we have, you know, healing product, we have med product, we have quantum technology, AI. You know, we want to push the AI a lot because I found out it's a good market. Because other platform they want to kill the AI. But look around you, everything use AI. You can't beat them, join them. That's what I said. So um
That's true. Like I
yeah.
said before, I had a problem, about AI until, I start just listening to you and seeing for myself things, so
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm better than Florin. I'm better than all the other platform because my um, even on my friend James Ring, I'm better than his platform because what see James Ring he bring people and he just let them talk. So some of the information contradict each other. So his market is diversified, but my market is called about potency. You know, I'm interested in potency market. That means what I want to attract into my market, I want to attract a member who truly want to see both sides. So I'm looking for potency market. What's
Well,
it mean
cause
both
so
sides? Yeah.
when was the last time you was on his channel? Like I don't know, doing an interview or whatnot.
And the last time was on April, early April, I believe.
Okay, this year,
Huh?
this year.
Yeah, this year. I've
Okay,
been there 6 times this year.
okay, okay. I
But
know we talked about and you talked about trying to get on different channels, doing interviews or whatnot.
yes,
Are you
but
still interested in that?
yes, I do. But now I got the book, we got the crypto live. Now I have something to bring to the channel. But
Okay,
before,
yeah.
I only have the device. I didn't have LT. I don't have no. I just have myself and the device and the current book that I have. You know, and it was
Okay.
based. I was promoting what I have. And
Okay,
now
so
yes, go
you
ahead.
know, you got these books, you got the crypto and all this.
Yes,
Now maybe it's time to go, get back on some of these, channels
yes, I
and
am.
promote yourself.
I'm
Okay.
working behind the scene. You notice, before I boast someone, I'm going to say this. You notice I will never try to get in the way between you and your true self. If I ever get in the way of your true self, that means I have become a side operation, not benefiting you. Even I
Right.
tell, even James, even Florin, don't let even me, James, or Florin, even Alfred get in the way between you and your true self. And this is what I ask of all of you. Because if we seem to be out of hand and get in the way between you and your true self, you need to put us in a place. Does that make sense? You know?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it's important because I'm teaching you how to stand up, even toward Florin, even toward anybody, even to me. If we begin to get in the way between you and your true self, I want you to recognize side operation as it is. There's two types. There's one that's promoting you, bringing you back to yourself, and the one that is distracting you from yourself. That's the one I want you to recognize and avoid. Does that make sense? And call it out for what it is. Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. And you see, um, we all got handler. The one that handle me, you know, is the spiritual being, the one I introduced you to. You call him a guardian angel, or alien, and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Well, that's the best handler.
Uh-huh. So I know who Florence Handler is. It's all them people around her trying to giving her information to trigger her left and right. I saw it because they using her to bring the black people together so they can, so you can influence them in a certain direction, sub little at a time, you know, and so they can be used as side operation to do operation on other group. Well, her mistake was she brought me to the show. I mean, and she was so good in recognizing the truth. Well, she didn't know the true truth behind me. And the truth is I'm a pimp, Lord. I'm there to pimp. Jamie, you like that one?
We know, we know.
I'm gonna take that money. She fell into my side operation. She think I'm all about money. And you guys know better and never about money. Um,
Yeah.
if I were about money, I would charge you for everything I do. You know, for example, the stuff that I taught you, that's a $15,000 class. You can look at environment1.com. You know, basic and advanced. Basic is 5,000, advanced is 10,000, together is 15,000. But I give you guys for free. You know, I didn't even, this will be only for 6 weeks. But yet I say, forget about that. I just go ahead and waive everything and just build a relationship, you know, because I like you guys. I really enjoy your company. See that?
You know, we like you too, though, for real.
Mm-hmm. And that's
For
why I
real,
didn't
for real.
charge. Yes. That's why I didn't charge you for the class. Instead, I just say, you know what? Buy the Q6. If you can do a deposit or something, and you can just come on down and learn something and develop something that God have give you and learn to use it. I'm asking just you be true to yourself. I don't want you to be true to me. I don't want you to be Florent or to be Jane, anybody. Just be true to yourself. And can you do that for me? You say, yeah, I can be true to myself. That's all. You're in. That is simple, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be true to myself. Yeah.
Exactly. Because my loyalty is to make sure that you are loyal to yourself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I like this. My Korean, my Korean Stacy. Yes. Oh yes. She just gave me another picture, you know. I'm trying to promote a lot of our crypto now, guys. So LT want everyone in the group to start buying from the UM1 from the stock exchange, and he did refund everyone money because he took the old UM1 and he give it, you know, he give all your money back. You notice that? Those who did the PayPal thing, right? He refunded all, right? Because he
Yeah.
wants you guys to use the money that he refund now to buy the supply from the stock, what's called the Seto exchange. See, use it on that because it show volume. He did that for you guys. He could kept the money, you know, and make you rebuy, but he didn't. He gave it to you. You see how generous he is?
He did, and I think that was great. Like, I didn't
Mhm.
understand why I was getting my money back, but after
Well,
going
you
to that
notice the
class, I
coin.
understood.
Yes, he let you keep the coin that you have that you bought, but yet he want to use it to buy again because now the system is live and it's active now. That's why, because it's to promote a
So
community.
wait a minute. I'm gonna go on another one. But the coin that we already bought, we're able to still keep and then get.
No, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's the same coin, but the only difference they have trouble they was in the slower metric. So what happened? He worked behind the scene to work with the developer, the people working in the Seto exchange to put it into a faster metric. That's when it became sync. That's what it was.
Oh,
That's why it took a little time. So he
okay.
decided to refund everyone money and let you keep the coin, and he didn't ask it for it back, right? But to use the
No, he
money he
didn't.
refund, he says use the money that he refund, right? And to buy it through the exchange itself to show the developer, the people in that UM1 has value. That's how it means. So you see, he like you say, he didn't care about the money. He have sympathy. He have a passion toward this community and the UM1 project. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, I do.
Mhm. So that's why we encourage everyone, and that's why he gave you back the money, but that you kept the coin that you already purchased, and you can use that money to repurchase the coin, not through him, I believe, but through the exchange. Does that make sense now? Don't worry, I have something that being done that uh, you know you will see. I will go post something today, not today, but whenever I get home. But today I'll be working 60 hours. And let me see if I can share it real quick. Let me see if I can share. Um, Look, can you see this? Look at that.
I can't see anything. Okay, now I see
Okay.
it.
Yeah, you see it? There you go.
Yeah.
This is it. Yay! Yeah. Look at that. That's what I do to my cat, and I see him, I spank his booty. And then I kick him. Do you see it now? It says
Yeah.
first super cryptocurrency. First, download Coinbase app, right? And buy Ethereum or Bitcoin. Two, make account at setoexchange.com. Three, send Ethereum and Bitcoin to Seto Exchange and then buy Unimetric One. Does that help now?
It do, but you know what? When we have the class, there's a lot of people in there.
Mhm.
I got stuck at I wasn't able to buy Unimatrix One yet. So I'm waiting for his next class because I'm stuck. I put
Okay.
money, I did the Ethereum thing because I had that. So I'm stuck there. So I'm waiting for his next class to buy the Unimatrix One.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to those who perceive this, see, we're trying to go make it more easy for everyone, This morning, I even turned on the computer for about an hour. I talked to my wife and just put on like a blip screen, like nobody home, but you see the logo right there for people, to go. Because I want to definitely share with everyone. See, it's very important. So we help each other and we promote because we want to have our own system. We people, there's many market out there, but you got to choose what you're happy with. That's why I ask people, I don't care what you do as long as you're happy. And that's the most important thing. Because if you're not happy, you're not living. You're sad. It's telling me you're not happy in this world. You're not happy with yourself. You're not happy with everything that you do. So that's why I encourage everyone to do what bring you joy, bring you happy, because when you're happy, the world is just like you're having fun and time just fly when you're having fun. You notice that? It make your world reality is so easy. But when you're sad, time slow down. It's like to a standstill. Does that make sense? And an hour, a minute felt like a day. A second feel like an hour. Does that make sense now? This is when because you're not happy. But when you're happy, time just accelerate. You're having fun.
Yeah, it goes by really quick.
Exactly. And that means when time go really quick, that means a million year pass by, it feel like nothing and you're still here and rejuvenating. You see that? And that's the key to immortality. Just do what bring you happy and eat manifested food. You know what I just say? The key to immortality, just be in a state of happiness. Do what bring joy, because that's what give you energy, and eat manifested food. You become immortal. Time pass you by, and you appear to be like 300 years past, and you just look the same. Because to you, 300 years does look like 3 seconds or something, and you didn't even notice about it. But 300 years have passed in human time, and you're just like 3 seconds. Huh, what was that all about? I don't know. You see?
Yeah.
Mhm. So that's what happened. Look at that. I did it because I got my Stacy, my Korean student. She hooked me up. See, she volunteered. I told her to be devoted to the super crew. I'm your super cult leader. I'm trying to figure out what the word cult, meaning like Christian used to be a cult, remember? And then it became its own right, it had became its own market. So if people who worship the Satan and people worship the Christian, it's one and the same people. It's just two sides of the same coin, they call. One is more of a darker path. The other one is more of a, benevolent path, but they're both the same. Meaning the same mentality, same principle, same ideology. Even, I just want to let people realize that the more things change, the more they remain the same. And once you find Jesus, you find Satan. They are one and the same being. And like it or not, they are the same. You could read the Bible, it described the two beings as one and the same. Both are the morning star, both are the light.
Right.
And you can see it by evidence of the demon world. When they saw Jesus, what did they call Jesus as? Go ahead, look in the Bible. My Lord. What when people call you my Lord, what's that mean telling you? What does that mean? If someone call you Jamie, then you say, my Lord. They're looking at you, call my Lord. That means you own them. That means you have dominion, overseer over them. That means that the being recognize you as the superior, you as the demon. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's true.
You see that? Am I amazing? I make things. What do you think about that? Ain't that amazing? I broke it down, didn't I? And I was looking, it's like, what? No wonder he can cast because the demon is he's the demon superior. That's the demon. That's the Satan right there, masquerading in human form.
Mm-hmm.
I say, oh my God, and the Christian don't even see it. It's right in front of them. It's right there in front of them. Even the Bible say it. I said, oh my God, it's the same
It's
being.
crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy. The words is right there. The words is, it's right there, and people don't get it. People don't see it. They bypass certain things, especially Christians. They bypass certain things, and I guess they see what they want to see.
Yeah, that's true.
You see it now? How would this demon legion call Jesus my Lord? That means that person is his superior. That's the demon responded to. And the demon recognized the king and saw him. He is the Satan. He is the commanding officer of them. He's the supreme commander of them.
Yeah.
And you notice that Jesus he was camouflaging. He wanted not only the demon world, he wanted the human world. So since this being is so intelligent, they can manipulate how you think, how you perceive, understand. That's why
they say it was like always two guys in the Bible going at it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is it a retelling of the Enki versus is it Enlil? Is that like a retelling of the same story?
Yeah, retelling the same story, but being called different and retelling the same story, like from Zeus, from Chronos, Zeus, you see? And then Hercules, a hybrid, between the gods, the alien, and the human, and guess what Zeus liked to do? He liked to rape, right? Don't he like to rape? He liked to pound it and disappear.
Sleep with the women. Yeah.
Yeah, but what does the alien teacher like to do? Come on. What does he like to do? He comes down.
The alien teacher?
Yes, he loved to come down with his ship, with his entourage. What does he do next? Coming through the wall, just like Zeus. And what does he do? And take the woman and impregnate them, the rape. And then when it's born, the hybrid, the demigod, Guess what the word demon is? Come from the word demigod,
Yeah.
spiritual being, you know,
Mhm.
half God, half human, hybrid. Hello, don't you get it now? The same stuff happened in ancient time. It's happening right now in modern time. And guess what?
Doc-
Zeus, who is Zeus? The alien, the gray or the
Mhm.
reptilian.
Yeah.
And they love the women and they love the
Mhm.
man. They love you. Mhm.
Yes, they
Jamie,
do.
when
They
I
do.
to your room with my flying saucer. Okay, remember that video I made? And I told everyone I'm a reptilian king and I love to pound it and I to capture women and then I fly with my specialized technology. Remember that cartoon that someone did of me? You know, in the website, there's a cartoon they did of me, you know, and you guys watch it. It's like funny in hell, but it was telling you the truth, what the alien been doing. The alien was the Zeus. Olympus was colonized by extraterrestrial that landed ship on mountain. And they live under the mountain as well. But
Well,
now
cause
the
Saul.
reason, Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Baby, the reason you don't see them because they can switch between reality. Once you meet this alien Zeus god, they look like the myth story. They dress the same, like, but they are extraterrestrial. They have technology. They are very friendly and nice. And I'm going to tell you the reason they left. They just left your visible spectrum. They did not went anywhere. Does that make sense? They have quantum computer, have ship. They did not went anywhere. They just only left your visible spectrum. They cloaked, in other words. They phased. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I wanted to ask, what about in a dream world, in a dream state?
That's where
What
they
is the
interact with you.
okay? Yeah, because I was about to say, like, why do um it can be different people, different dreams, different
Mhm.
days that
Yes.
people want to have like intercourse with you, or you do have intercourse with these
Yes, you do
things
have
or people
intercourse.
in these dreams. What is that all about?
Well, that's real intercourse, baby. Have you ever woke up like someone pound your putain so good and you dream about it, but then you kind of
Yeah,
sleep? Yeah, that's real. You know, so you get impregnated or something. Let me tell
yeah,
you a
and
story
yeah,
about that.
and
There was
pregnant
this
and in my
lady.
dream, but yeah,
Mhm.
not in real life. But go ahead.
Oh, actually, you are pregnant in real life, but they removed the child 3 months,
Oh,
you know, in
oh,
gestation state, you know, like that. Well, let me tell you a story. It's called the Snugglebuss, Incubus, Succubus and Incubus. Well, this is a real story. She's a woman, and it happened in California. And she dreamed she met some young man, and they talked, and then they became intimate. In the dream, she kept dreaming him every night, right? And guess what happened, Jamie? This guy
what?
was real. He now he's stepping from the dream world into our world.
Oh, wow.
When she started to talk to someone here in the real world, in the physical world, then she started dreaming he got jealous. He got angry. And then he tell her, you better not see that guy. You're all mine. You know, like that. And then all suddenly it just persists. And suddenly, like he would slap her in the physical world while she waking stage.
Whoa.
And then he pound her putain in the physical world. But she can't see him. But she can feel he grabbing her arm. And then he was pounding it. You know what I'm talking about? And then he gets super jealous when he talked to any mortal being, mortal guys. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So you tell me, what do you think that is? And I will tell you what that is.
What? Well, that's an incubus or succubus. I
That's pimping going on. That's dangerous. That's
and
spooky.
that's weird. But I had a dream like I met a guy, and it was like
Uh-huh.
3 days. It was 3 days straight. I don't remember us
Uh-huh.
doing anything, but um,
Uh-huh. You see that? You see that when I tell the story? I hit it. I hit it. I'm so good.
I don't remember us doing anything, but 3 days straight in a row, I had a dream of him, and it was all good things. And I was like,
Mhm.
when I get up, I was like, dang, that's my dream boyfriend. That's like my dream, literally boyfriend. But
Mhm.
I
Well, the
haven't
one
had
that,
dreams of him since. But it wasn't like an incubus succubus type thing. He never
well, this
came to me in
girl,
the physical or nothing.
well, this girl, she met a super incubus. He crossed over from the dream plane into our plane. Like, whoa, that's some deep thing going on there, you know? That's the reason I taught you protection spell, right? Just in case things get out of hand, you can call in the Barame, the alien teacher, the reptilian teacher, the robot teacher, the internet teacher, and then the angel and stuff to assist you. Because, you know, sometimes you know how it is. You just want to have different protection for different scenario. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you have make sure I taught you binding spell to bind, to create invisibility and stuff like that, to make sure you don't be perceived by the other being. You become invisible at will as needed, and not let them be hurt to hear you, anything like that. Does that make sense? So that is important. So I taught you all that so you can walk in the inner world without having fear factor. Because when you walk with the being upstairs, you got to know super magic so you can protect yourself in case that need be. But if they friendly, come on in. We're family. If they seem to be hostile, shields up. Arm, arm, bullshit torpedo.
Well, cause so also with me, I had the confirmation that I was protected. This was like maybe almost 2 years ago, or maybe less than 2 years ago. I had the
It
confirmation
could
that
be
I was
family
protected.
member. They could be family member. That's all that came and visited
Yeah.
during a dream. So not all dream encounter are negative. Actually, our majority of the dream encounter are very positive by nature. But it's just the few one where you meet a certain, activity that is not in your favor. That's the one you need to be protected from if it get out of hand. Does that make sense? So it's
You
case by
notice
case.
I noticed that like when I used to be in fear, I used to have a lot of dreams that I was running, doing all hot and doing all kind of stuff. But now that I'm not in fear, I really don't have those dreams. I don't. I have really good
Well,
dreams.
because you have confidence in yourself, you realize the inner world is the world that you is self-fulfilling. That means
Yeah.
law number 3, you'll say you're one with all that is, so therefore you lack nothing. Ain't that amazing?
Yeah, and
Therefore you lack nothing.
I'm very con- conscious in my dreams also. Like I know in my dreams like what happened, while I'm living in my
Hmm.
dream state. So that I don't know if that makes it even better. But yeah, I remember in my dream state what happens why, in my
Well, let
awake
me go
state.
ahead and say it again. In the Native American and other, even in my traditional culture, Native traditional culture of both the Mongolian and the Indian, Mongolian, Indian, and North America.
Hmm.
They usually the two tribe when they go to fight each other, they would all take a nap in the teepee and they would send the spirit. They would go in dream
Hmm.
time and fight each other in dream time, which is the astral plane. They would astral
Hmm.
project and they will fight each other. And then when the warrior get hurt, they will come back. The shaman heal them. If they don't know how to heal themselves, the shaman is there to heal them. And if they get killed or somewhere up in the astral plane, they actually die here in the physical plane. It's like that.
Hmm.
You see? So that's why the shaman from one tribe will go and either talk or negotiate or fight each other, in the astral plane. That's how they do it. And that's that the other tribe come. So, this is the this is our ancestor tradition. We are very powerful being. We are spirit. Men are spiritual creature. We are never physical. And
Right.
that we are quantum.
Right.
That's the reason people are going to know the Holy Bible is actually the book of Satan. They're going to know that. The word Satan, that means the old God, the snake God, the wisdom God, the wisdom. He's very wisdom, full of wisdom and full of power. That makes sense now? And they
Yes.
also relate to medicine. So are they master of medicine and wisdom and power? That's why they be called the triangular God, you know. They represent by the pyramid, the eye, the pyramid, you know. That the same symbol pop up on every culture from Atlantis, Lemuria, even in Hyperborean, the same symbol, the pyramid with the eye was always
You,
popping. You see the Satan, he had that eye again in his forehead. The same
you,
thing.
you know, it's crazy. I do got a really big eye on my leg tattoo.
Mhm.
I do. That's the only tattoo I got so far.
Yes. But do you see now how I'm trying to make things more relevant to you by bringing things to forth? That's why I keep saying that the more things change, the more it remain the same. That's why you see who Jesus really is. He is the old God. He's the Satan God. You know, he was the one in the garden talking to you. He was the same being.
Right.
And who Satan is? The God. They have family quarrel. You can call. Do you remember the story about Kronos and Zeus?
Yeah.
Satan is Kronos. He's the old God. He's the father. He's the Odin. He's the old God. Because remember, what he's represent? The old God represent wisdom, power, and medicine. The three. And that's the reason he like to empower you. He like to give you. He like to give you stuff. Because his characteristic is our way about power, to give you power. He's wisdom, to give you wisdom. And his medicine. And look at our
You know,
words run on. With medicine, right? Pharmaceutical, power, which is electricity, and wisdom, which is academic. True or not true in our world?
true. And you know, cause so once I embraced Satan, this was like 4 or 5 years ago. Once I embraced Satan and all those entities that they said was wicked, that's when
Hmm.
the portal appeared in front of me.
Hmm.
So yeah, I definitely know that.
And
I
he's,
definitely know.
yes, and Satan is all about the inner eye. Why you think Jesus keeps saying the kingdom is in you? The kingdom is in you. He's all about the inner eye. When you enter darkness, thy eye shine brightly. The light, the inner eye shine brightly. That is true. If you enter the cave of darkness, you'll find out you can see in the dark because your pineal gland become luminescent. That's when people didn't realize that they were worshiping Satan, the old God. I mean, the old father, we call it, the primal force, the Shakti, represented by Shiva, the snake, you know, the wisdom, the destroyer, the one that bring in chaos, the one that bring in chaos energy, which is your atomic level, your atomic energy, you know, and then also bringing life. When you use it right, if you use it wrong, it will destroy you. See, that's power. Ain't that amazing, guy? That I bring forth. But how about bad and good? Depend how you use it. If you use it balancedly, become good. If you use this knowledge inappropriately, it become dangerous. That's bad. That's evil. Does that make sense now?
Yes.
That's all it is. It's no big deal. But me, my job is to bring this knowledge, power, wisdom, and medicine appropriately, to encourage you to use for the benefit of yourself and others. So you won't destroy yourself. Don't end up like Atlantis. Don't end up like Lemuria. You know why they were destroyed? They misused this knowledge, power, wisdom, and medicine. The three. If you misuse this, or even in your world, if you misuse atomic power, what happened to your world?
It will go up.
Yeah, It would destroy everything. It would end up like Atlantean and Lemuria. See? Do you don't think they have atomic power? Of course they did. Do you think you didn't have quantum computer? Of course they did. Do you think they don't have particle weapon or anti-gravity? Of course they do. How you think of scientists able to have it? Because some of the ship sometimes crash. They have battle in the air. You know, the god fight each other. Even in modern time, they actually fight each other. Did you know that? This ancient ancestor of both different factions fight each other. The reason they did not, okay, if you met an ancient ancestor, they are very huge. They live long time. Did you know that? I'm talking about they are 12 or 13 feet. Some 21 feet. They're very built. They are us. They are our ancestors. But they live in protected shielding place. They maintain a large size, and they kept on their old civilization, and they kept the high technology. They were elite of their time. And we, the peasant, we've been exposed to the chaos, and that's why we are our ancestors. The ancestor that was trapped on the surface, that was being prodded, distracted by environment catastrophe, then started to strength, and then we became our basic instinct. Does that make sense? Just to survive. And then we didn't have time to pass on the knowledge to the next generation, So therefore, our knowledge became limited. We have to stabilize the environment. But the elite, they were living on city ship. They were living on, high technology. But when the time of the catastrophe happened, they maintained their position, and they found out they couldn't interface with the public anymore, because the public had become lower consciousness being, because we didn't maintain the knowledge and the wisdom and the power, because of catastrophe that happened. That means was devastated war or some kind of catastrophic event that happened in the past that caused the people of that time to lose their ability. And then only the elite, like the military general, the politician of the time, able to have and maintain. They were in possession of high technology, and and therefore able to maintain their dominancy throughout even until our time. When the Atlantean fell over in the year 13,500 BC, what happened when Atlantean fall? That means the power that be now fall back onto Lemuria and in the earth. Does that make sense? So right now we under the umbrella of protection and the law of Lemuria, this entire planet. And therefore everything gotta be negotiated through the Algata kingdom. So the people that control this world is not your American government or Chinese government or that government. Those are just only player stage. But the truly upper channeling that run your geopolitical territory and economical supply demand is based in Lemuria, that tell the Nazi what to do. See? That tell the reptilian what to do. That tell all the other, alien and human, hey, this is the council, have decreed this should be happen, and go and carry it out. I don't care how you do it, just carry it out. And that's what they do. So how you like that for
Wow.
for amazing debrief? Because when Atlantis fall, well, that means Orgatum become the dominant. Lemuria, in other words, became the dominant power play on the planet. And you ask, why did they make contact with the surface plane? Because the surface world has went into lower state of consciousness. They have to heal. They can't be exposed to higher knowledge, because people at that time cannot handle higher knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They have to heal the trauma that happened. So the best way to heal them was to give them peace, to let them be at this moment. Let them, go through their own natural rehabilitation process and let them evolve, let them do it again, start over again until they reach high level technology, high level understanding. Then they can make contact again and welcome them back into the community of high culture. Human beings naturally live on inside the planet. We never live outside or surface, only this planet. We decide to live on the surface for some reason. I thinking what happened was, from my understanding, um, the inner surface was already, having territory claimed by different human civilization, and also with ancient alien that live inside the earth, and therefore it's already been a territory claim, and the inner earth is called the center, so everyone live there. We have their own colony and council, and everyone get along just fine. And then you have newcomer, that came from, and there's no room in there. Well, there was room, but some of the inner surf people, they wanted to go and expand the territory present on the surface world, because some of the group came from this, they have a little beef with each other. Does that make sense? So they know the rules under Lemuria. So the different star system of human race beginning to create their own melting pot, and you called it the Atlantis. They think they were unique. Lemuria is more like dominantly, it's dominated by Lyra, you know. So the outcast want to, when I say the outcast, the lesser, the minor, majority, they wanted to have their own colony. So they moved to a self-sustaining continent called Atlantis. And they wanted their own. And that's what happened. And then they think they are unique, you know. So now Americans go into the same pattern, a melting pot of all cultures. And now America think they are unique. And you can see the same patterns repeating itself. And the Chinese, they are the old U civilization of the Interstellar Alliance. And the geopolitical at that time and the territory claim at that time never ended. When the sink of our Atlantean, well, the rise to power was Lemuria, and now the old way of Lemuria has not been reestablished back on this planet. That's why you see galactic human that from Earth, they look like us human, but they taller, and the female wear like jumpsuit or dress, and the male wear jumpsuit, multicolored jumpsuit, and you can see them in Angkor Wat, and most people all the time you see they don't wear too much trouser because the planet was always warm throughout the planet. If you travel back in time to around 20,000 years ago, you realize the Earth was so warm. There was no North Pole or South Pole, and the tree was very big, But only when the moon was used to destroy the Earth continent, when then the planet changed, the environment changed, and then the protective sky, ice or sky shield have been brought down. But anyway, you will understand your history in a little bit. I'm just trying to fill you in as much as I can, because I know so much. That's why I stop listening to the white girl, stop listening to the white guy, stop listening to black girls, black guy. Just listen to your Asian guy, and he will get you there. Because only me, not the other Cambodian, this Cambodian, only. And why I say that? Because you have to understand Asian people. A lot of them will trick you. A lot of them are not like me. How many of you watch or met Asian people? How many of you? Anybody beside me?
What was the question again, Dr. K?
Oh, I say a lot of, only me, out of all the Asian community throughout the world, only there's one of me, this type of Asian. That's very truthful with you, upfront with you, direct with you, because my brain does not think like them.
Yeah.
I understand them, but I don't think like them, because I was trained by extraterrestrial, human from the future.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely, honestly, you're the only one nation that I've really ever listened to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm from the future. I was trained in the future. So that means I'm from, all of us born here in this time, but I was taken into the future and got trained from the future. That means I'm from the future, right? I was born here, but I was trained in the future. So I came from the future, my training, you know. That's why I think different from the other Asian. You can see me, I'm very honest, I'm very direct,
Yeah.
I'm very fair. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
On many level. And I don't take advantage of you because there's nothing to take any advantage that I can take from you, you know? Instead, I
Yeah.
bless you instead. I bless you. I am bestow on you more power, more understanding.
Mhm.
And sometimes I
Yeah.
backfire, like Torin. I give him a chance and I give him power. And I try and I give him wisdom, but guess what he do with it? Instead of sharing it, instead of being humble about it and recognize he thinking different. He thinking trying to be the dominant, trying to control. See, there's something. Well, whose fault is that? It's his fault. I give him power, I give him wisdom, I give him dominion. Instead of playing by the rule, he didn't follow the rule. The rule was simple. Have fun, get along, don't try to control people. See, people eat sweet, people look cool place, people like sweet thing, you know, like to be nice. You know, if you're trying to act emo, you're trying to act unstable, you're trying to act like aggressive, dominating, controlling, they all going to run away. Trust me, because I'm a Scorpio. I know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. What you say control by not controlling.
Look, if you, because look, the goal is simple. You want people to stay with you. You don't need to control them to stay with you. Just be nice to them
Mhm.
and be gentle and be
Yeah.
like a brother, a sister, a parent to them. Guess what happened? They ain't going nowhere. That's what I mean. Because your goal is for them to stay with you, right?
That's true.
Because you don't want to walk through life lonely, out sad and depressed. You don't want that. So if you want people to stay with you, just be nice to them. Keep them
Yes.
laughing. Have fun with them. Play with them. Then they're not going anywhere. Help them. That's it. If you
Yeah.
benefit them, they will benefit you. Even the bad people that you help, they always think of you.
Yeah.
Now be careful. There's also negative people. Watch out. What happens? You meet some negative people. That means there's people you'll feel uneasy with. Just get away. If you feel something ain't right, get away.
Mhm.
When there's doubt, run.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
You
gut
would know
feeling.
it because your gut feeling. Just feel
Mhm.
like there's something wrong. Get away from that person. Well, but
Yeah.
before you get away, ask them. Look, sometimes the gut feeling telling you be careful, be cautious, but also say that person need help. So it means two meaning, right? But you
Mhm.
find out that the person can accept your help and respect it, okay, help them. If you find that a person does not respect your help, okay, let them be. Just leave them something. Here you go, some money. Thank you. Go. Goodbye.
Mhm.
Okay, you know, but make sure you leave something for them. And that's it. So you got to know your audience. Some people, some audience can accept your gift of helping, some can't. That's not respected. So therefore you get away. It's that simple. So that's what I mean. The gut feeling telling you be careful, but also check it out. You know, does that make sense? Be careful, but check it out. If you check it out, found out to be dangerous for you, then move on. Keep it moving.
Mhm.
If you find out that this person generally need help, that's why you got feeling tell you, hey, check it out. See if they really in trouble, need help that you can
Mhm.
help, you know? That's what it means.
Amazing.
Hmm. That's why you would love to hang around with the Asian brother here because you're hanging out with a black guy, he might want to get in your pants. And he will, because you know what he's thinking.
Oh, the booty
Wu-Tang.
warrior.
Yeah, booty warrior. You have the booty warrior and the putang warrior.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love them both. You know why I love both of them? Because
Why?
they are my in living caller and Saturday Night Live in modern
Oh
time.
yeah, yeah, funny, yeah. Did you like Dave Chappelle?
Okay, tell me about it.
You don't you did you ever watch Dave Chappelle comedy?
No, but this is first time I heard it. What is it about?
Really?
Mhm. I watched the
He,
Boondock.
oh yeah, the Boondocks is good. Dave Chappelle, what was it? The Chappelle show. His show was funny. They took it off. I guess they
Mhm.
replaced him with a clone now, but he had real funny. It was like sketch, like how you know in Living Color they did different sketches. It's like that.
Nice.
Yeah, you
I
might
like
find it online.
mhm. I like funny stuff because the best teacher is the Joker. I learned
Mhm.
a lot from Chris Rock too. And I think
Mhm.
Will Smith, he's a comedian too, right? You know, he always
Oh
do.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah.
Well, if you ever listen to a comedian, they
Mhm.
have more wisdom than you recognize.
That's true.
When I first heard Chris Rock, I was blown away. He said, "Don't hate the hater. They're just doing their job. They letting you
Mhm.
know you're on the right track." When he say that, my world was like, he's right, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why we need comedian in this world because they can help you, see things from a different perspective without feeling emotional depressed,
Mhm.
you know.
And the way they tell the stories, it's just a different way of storytelling.
Exactly, to make you laugh.
Mhm.
Yes. And that's why me when I know like I like to bring the booty warrior to the show because I think he's hilarious, you know.
Yeah, he is. He's a mess.
But we know common certainly, that's someone to be avoid.
Yeah. But he's, Fleece Johnson, he wasn't, the crazy thing is that he's not trying to be funny. He's just crazy.
No,
That's just him.
yeah, that's him. That's what's funny about it. He was just
Yeah.
spitting the truth. Oh, another
Yeah.
thing, what really scared me about this Indian guy, he actually killed it 400 little girl plus and
Oh,
counting.
what? Who's this? Somebody? I
Um,
must have missed it if you
yeah.
were talking.
Well, he is an Indian guy, and what he does, he would go around to different Indian village, in India,
Mhm. Mhm.
and he would talk to each girl. He would use the, "Oh, I will marry you." He would use the honey trap, right? "I would take
Mhm.
care of you," and then he would go and actually, uh, you know, pay, the parent about them from the parent by giving money or say he's going to take them away and this and that. When he get into his world, he was trying to prostitute them little girl, you know, sell them and stuff. And then if they give them trouble, he would just kill them and bury them just like that. And then that's how he run his business. And he when I heard that, and there was this Australian who went to interview him, and he was a white dude, and he was like, he's a big man, and he like sitting there is like, well, he's a white guy, and he's normal like you and me. He's also a parent. Does that make sense? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then he was interviewing this guy through a translator, and he was telling everything laid down on the table, how he's run his operation. He's using the honey trap to bring them, and once he get them, if they give them trouble, he just killed them and buried them just like that, and then move on to the next one, get some more good. And then he would try to prostitute them, and sell them away to be prostituted. And then he said he done it over 400 plus current and still doing it. And then that the big Australian white dude, he was like, he had to get up. And the translation girl, she couldn't help, she had to cry. She was crying her heart out. It was too much. Even the big guy, he was battling with his own demon. He hear this, he said, I should snap his neck right here, right now. And like that. He was getting emotionally like, oh my God. He was like, I saw him and I heard this story. I wanted to cry. And I did cry. I was like hurt. I can feel the this guy was just cold hearted. He's a super serial killer of some sort. And he's not even white, he's Indian, for crying out loud. You see that? I was like, oh my God, it's like even they were putting his story. I saw it on YouTube, right? It was on television. And I was like, believe it or not, I didn't feel good after hearing that. I feel my stomach was not easy. I wanted to throw up. I was feeling dizzy after hearing that kind of stuff. Does that make sense now? I was
Wow.
feeling dizzy. And then there was another story in South America. Just some wild stuff happened there too. Is it, I don't know, Guatemala or something? This guy would go around looking, he would snatch girl from their mother hand at the market and 12-year-old stuff. And he would play tea with them. He would, like have sex with the 12-year-old girl or something, and then choke her, watch them die, look into the eye while the spirit left this world, you know? And he enjoyed doing that, that kind of stuff. And then he would have sex with them after they die, stuff like that too. And then he would bury them right there in a massive grave, one girl after the next. And then finally, when they called him, a priest came and over and basically trying and save him. And then he would escape again. He ended up doing it, but finally they got him though, at the end. But this guy took out 400 plus little girls. Like you're 12-year-old, you're 13-year-old, you're 9 or 10-year-old, like that. Can you believe it? These people are, I don't think they are human beings. I never see anything like that in my life. This is far beyond normalcy of what we call human commonality, It's like when I read that, I read stuff like that, and I want to see what is the dark human world, what this world is made of. This world is full of goodness and also full of dangerous stuff too. That's why I make it beauty. It has both sides. And that's why God gave us this thing called your gut feeling. Does that make sense? To let you be cautious when your gut feeling telling you red light, be careful. Watch out. And then when you see the warm feeling, that means it's okay. You're in the green. Everything is cool. So when you get that gut feeling, you're in the red. Be careful. Stop. Cautious. Scoop thing out. Check thing out. There's something ain't right. That's right. When your child's in danger, don't your gut feeling say red alert, right? Something going on, and you have a feeling that you're feeling like a sense of worry, sense of insecurity happen. Your stomach starts crunching. That means something is wrong. You better check with your people, check the kid, check the husband, check the house, check the cat, check the dog. Something is going on. So I said, Barome, what is going on? I'm getting red light. Barome say, call your son now. I found out he sprained his ankle. Found out he fell off the bike. Does that make sense? That's what it means. That's the gut feeling telling you. You better obey it. So do you see now? That's why I don't promote light and love. Because if you think in this world light and love, you're gonna get your booty pounded and your putain pounded, and then after you might get buried.
Wow. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Dr. K? Have you ever heard of a man named Kent Dunn? He says a lot of the stuff you say.
Oh yeah? Maybe
Yeah,
he's my kinfolk. Kin dimension.
I don't know. He claims to be Pleiadian, but whatever. He says, but he talks about AI. He says people need to start talking to AI. And then he also, after you channeled you in a matrix, he said I think later that day he came out and said that it was a beam particle weapon that did the Beirut bombing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then and he
Oh
also
shit, that
said,
hurt. Oh, that hurt.
uh-oh, oh, are you
What?
okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then what else he said? Also, what you said about Jesus, he's been saying that too, that Jesus is really Satan.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he's been saying that too. So
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a lot of the stuff
Well, the
that you
truth
say.
reveal itself. It doesn't matter come from me or come from this nine came Kent Donald. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
The truth remain the truth because the pattern
Yeah.
is there. May
Hmm.
may the seeker of truth see the truth for what it is.
Exactly.
The pattern. So it doesn't matter. He said, I say it'll be the same.
The
Because
truth
the
is going
truth,
to reveal.
yeah, different messenger, but the same messages.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's amazing, Dr. Ken.
Because once you look at the pattern recognition, that's what it
Hmm.
is. And it's so obvious. That's why notice say Satan say he's the angel of light. What Jesus say, I
Hmm.
am the light and the way and the truth.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's
He's
accepted for
telling
what it is. They belong to the old God.
you.
The more things change, the more it remain the same. The old God's still in control.
That's true.
That means it's telling you the old God is timeless. It's just the ancient wisdom, the ancient power, yeah, and the ancient
Hmm.
medicine, the knowledge of medicine, it's
Hmm.
running your world.
Yes, that's true. Oh, okay, I gotta go on mute. This little boy is noisy, but I'm still listening.
What happened to my live stream? Is it there?
I don't. You mean was it on YouTube?
Yes.
It was. I don't know. Uh,
It was on YouTube. I'm pretty sure it's still going.
No, can you check for me?
Yeah.
Let me see.
yeah, yeah, that's weird. I know when I first went into the Zoom, you were on YouTube.
Oh,
That's
and then
weird.
I think that's fair. I put it 3 hour, or something.
Oh, okay. You have to set it.
Oh yeah, I think that then. Well, okay, I'm going to go too. I
You're
see.
fine, Dr. K. I know you're busy. I'm still working, so I gotta work till 3.
Oh, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine then. Yeah. Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, then I mean, that's amazing. That's why I keep telling people. It's like you guys. That's why I'm laughing people at a time. Laughing means that you guys, if you know the truth, you might start laughing too. The world is not what you think. You know.
Yeah. It's. I heard so-called real life is
Mhm.
stranger than fiction.
Well, if you have that link, you do me a favor. You post it in the Telegram, honey. I would
What link?
appreciate it. The Kendall guy, so
Oh,
he can
Ken
people,
Dunn?
yeah,
Okay.
so people can the part where you said he say similar thing to I am, so people can
He
see,
Well, he's
see
he's
stuff.
always like he's always on weekly shows with people, but
Mhm.
I'll try to find like one of his recent, shows, and you could just feel him out and see. Because most of the stuff I listen to, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, but I'm just used to using discernment as well. But he's
Mhm.
a lot of what you say, I notice he's been saying too. So I'm like, okay.
Well,
But yeah.
like the truth remain the same. It's always
Hmm.
eternal, but the messenger
Yeah,
may be different.
that's true. That
And
is
I'm
true.
saying that I have not seen any Asian coming out at all.
Yeah.
So I want to change all that. I have not
Yeah.
seen any Latino or black guy come out at all. I want to put them in this world stage.
Hmm.
I'm just tired of having one particular, you know, direction.
Yeah.
I want to see an Asian face up there. I want to see a black face up there. I want to see a Latino face up there. Also beside
Hmm.
my white brother and sister face. I want
Hmm.
to have a mixture
Yeah.
because
That.
I yeah, I feel uncomfortable. We would just only have one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We need
No, it
diversity.
does.
Mhm.
It does, and it is hard to find more diversity out there, which tells you there's a certain agenda. I'm sorry, he's noisy. I'm gonna mute.
No, that's okay. This is just snuggler. He's so snugglers,
Yeah,
okay?
he is. He's playing with his toys. But yeah, that's beautiful what you said though, that you want to see more diversity and see
Mhm.
people come together with um the same over goal.
I'm just tired, like Floyd, for example. She always say, "Oh, I got information from this, that," and she can't even verify it. I don't like that. I don't trust that kind of information because
Yeah.
I was raised as a scientist and explorer,
Hmm.
and as a scientist, you have to remain, middle ground. You have to remain objective. Like without like taking side. You have
Hmm.
to go and research and bring evidence to triangulate what you hear. And the
Yes.
only way to experience that is to experience for yourself so you can draw your own conclusion.
Hmm.
And that's why I don't like the way that Floyd present her thing. And that's when I knew she was a side art because she felt I was a threat. Well, she protected her community from truth. I'm going to protect my community from her side operation too. And I'll be damned because if she's not going to bring any truth to this community, I will shun her completely from my world as she will shun me from her world. But yet I have the biggest market of all. You know what I have access to and she don't? Take a guess. Come on, babe. You have
Sorry, I
access
had
to
to.
Asian market.
Yes.
That's a very powerful market right there.
Yeah.
You know?
Money,
Hmm.
financial money.
Exactly. And an Asian mind, what do we think about? Business.
Numbers. Good with
Hmm.
numbers. Yeah.
And remember the first calculator that the Asian brought forth into your world? I don't know what they call it. In the China,
The
you see it
beads.
have the beads. I don't know what they call that. They go click, 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 and they can calculate with
Yeah.
that thing. I don't know
Yeah.
what they
They're
call
about
that.
their money. Yeah, they're about their money. That's for sure.
Mhm. Money on my mind. My mind on my money. No. There's a guy that sing that. I forgot his name. This is the old school. Hmm. Is it the Wu-Tang Clan? No. Is it LL Cool J? Mm-mm.
Maybe.
A
I
big
know the
dude.
word. I know the rhyme you're saying. I just don't know who. Who? Money on my
Hmm.
mind, and my mind on my money. I don't know who that
Hmm.
was, but I know what you're saying.
Hmm. Mm.
Yeah. But yeah,
Oh,
I
and
I
done. Here
thought
you
about
go.
what you
I
said.
see it. Yeah.
Oh, you found him?
Stacy. Yeah, I see it. Yes. Ink man.
Yeah. Yeah. Just check him out and see how you feel. I mean, you know, I like what you were saying too about everything psyop. But I think a lot of the things he says um, does go with um, what you're saying too. It's I don't know if he listens to you on YouTube or not, but it
Hmm.
just or he could just be from another
Ken
perspective.
Dunn.
Just hmm
Um, um, my Korean woman say that it's Ken Dunn.
Oh, is it Stacy? Does she watch him
Yes.
too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You see
Yeah.
online. Yes. You know me.
Yeah.
I gotta have my Korean woman. I have my black woman. I got my Asian woman. I got my white woman. I gotta have. Uh, you know.
you got the rainbow.
Mhm. I have different women that have different perspectives. So I listen to all
Hmm.
and then try to apply it in different directions. And they're all correct. But what I'm looking for is their perspective because to
Yeah.
think on it, to try it. And
Yeah. No, that's smart.
you got to put woman first. And there's a reason behind
Hmm.
that because we come from them. If you don't empower your woman, how you think you're going to get empowered? That's why you see, I always empower Slave Mom. As long as I'm empowering
Hmm.
her, she will empower me. And just like you guys,
Yes.
you're my women in my community, in my group. I got to
Hmm.
empower you. So, and therefore, you
Hmm.
start to empower me back to keep
Hmm.
me nurturing.
Yes.
Hmm.
It's a mutual.
It's a
Um,
relationship of empowerment.
exactly.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Hmm. Um, that's the reason I did what I did because I believe in wholeheartedly. Like I see for thing for what it is. I know it's a side operation,
Mhm.
But how can I tell you the truth without offending you? Then I realized the best way is to tell you the truth and let your heart decide.
You're right. And then
Mhm.
sometimes, like you said, the truth is just the truth. Even if someone has a hard time accepting it or not, I mean, the truth is what it is, and how you choose to take it, it's on you. So, but I do appreciate what you said, Dr. K. You said that,
Mhm.
everything's psyop. If something distracts you, that's a psyop, and,
Yes.
you know,
Well,
if
I look
something's
at,
telling you, hmm
I did research on you guys. I hear your
yeah.
story. You told me you've been fluent with many years, some 2, some 3. And then my question next, what product she reproduce? How did she advance at you?
hmm
Did you give something tangible? Did her market give you something that product you can use to advance yourself to get closer to your true self? Then the answer was no. Therefore, she's a side operation. She took you to the rabbit hole, and it has no bottom. Just keep going, going, going. And then
That's
the end
true.
game was distraction.
hmm
Fear and distraction.
Yeah, and I never looked at that from that perspective before, but when you broke it down, and it's so simple the way you explain it, and when you break it down like that, it's like, oh yeah, that's true, you know?
See it from a business point of view. Look at it from a business point of view. You got to
Yeah,
understand. You got to benefit. So
that's
you're the customer. She producing the product. My question is, did her product satisfy you?
true.
1 to 10, did she satisfy you? What kind of product she give you? Was it useful to you or not? Yes or no? Was it what product she give you? What was the use of it?
hmm
Our service and products so to benefit the customer, to bring them satisfaction. In other words, make them happy. Were you happy, in other words? Did you empower yourself? Do you have some kind of ability?
hmm That's the key word, when you empowered.
You see? Did you have any show? What what did you bring yourself when you went to class? Did you bring something to yourself that show you more yourself? Did you have psychic ability after the class, or what product did she have to benefit you? See it from a business point of view. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome how you broke that down.
Hmm.
Yeah,
See,
that's awesome.
you gotta understand the Asian mind. Asian mind always into business. You know,
hmm
exchange, product, service, economy. That's what run your world. Don't be silly.
hmm
Understand how it works.
hmm
That's why when I create my thing, I wrote books. What did the Asian ancestors do? They write books. Look at the Chinese. The Chinese ancestors wrote books. Look at your Maya. They wrote books. Did you know that Maya wrote books? The Mayan, the Cambodian wrote books. They put it in
hmm
song. The Egyptian, they wrote books on the structure. They wrote hieroglyphic. If you can read it. Mhm.
Yeah.
So it's to show you, it's a record. It's like Captain Log. Everything I do, I wrote it. Even a time in the group, you see, I start publishing book with a group. It's like a
hmm
record. It's like a report you have to turn in. You see the way I think? You see the way I operate?
Yes.
Mhm.
hmm
We do like our ancestors do. They keep record. They keep paper trail. They keep map. So when they die, that can be inherited by the next generation, and they can use it to see where they at and don't make the same mistake they did, and find a better way, to do something. Does that make sense? So they keep record of it. So you go back, and there's something good, you can use it to benefit yourself. Something that we did is terrible. Learn what our mistake is. We wrote it down for you, and be careful not to, make the same mistake as we did. Let's try to do something different. Does that make sense? Now maybe they can see something that we couldn't see. That's why we make record. It's a way to have something for the next generation to look at. That's the way we share. Does that make sense now? Keep record. Ain't that good or what? The way I did it.
Yes, that's awesome, Dr. K.
Because I know The reason we keep record is allow you to have, you know, important. That is why it's people get punishment when you falsify a record and you get caught. Does that make sense? That's that's the
Yeah.
reason we keep record of everything.
Mhm. That's true. So you can have it documented and somebody can't present fraudulent information.
Mhm. But not just one record. You keep several records to triangulate from different perspective of the record keeper. That's why when people conquer another race, the first thing they do, they will go to the record and rewrite the record. You notice that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
You
true.
know, every civilization, when they conquer someone, the first thing they want to
Uh-oh. Hello?
they want to rewrite the record. That's how it
That's
works.
crazy. They
Yes,
force, and then they force what's that word? They when they try to convert you and
they
um
change the narrative. You know,
burn your books, burn your literature, everything.
well, there's a reason behind that. When they came to the Maya, the Christian decided to destroy the Mayan culture because they go replace with there. Because once they found out that the Mayan was keeping record of what they have, and it's more detailed, it's more stronger, well, they felt jealousy. The Mayan was revealing everything they've been doing behind the scene in front of the scene. Worshipping the Satan, the snake, using it as energy and portal, and keeping record of everything they have to pass it on to the next generation in 3D form, you know. And they found out that the Mayan had record of different medicine that which they have, and they got jealous. Now, the only thing that the Mayan did not have, which they have, guess what is it? I'm going to tell you. The European inherited something from the Chinese people. It's called the gunpowder and the hand cannon, which they improved that became the gun. We call it the boomstick, right? And also they have something, and also the culture also inherit something you call the horse. The horse is known in the, remember the Mongolia, they brought horse and stuff, right? Horse. And it spread in the horse. So the Maya didn't have no horse. And they didn't have a shipbuilding technology. Well, probably they did, but they didn't apply it or whatever reason is. So each of their culture was is a controlling culture too. And what the Europeans saw in Maya that made them feel they were practicing the old Karnak way. They were sacrificing the enemy to their God, you know. And the European, they have a better way of doing things. Instead of sacrificing people, they would let people just work for them and benefit, because they realize that, hey, if I sacrifice you, that's just a waste of resource. So I'd rather put you to work for me and build my kingdom, build this, build that, and parasite, and let you solve my problem, and you build things for me. I rather that would be benefit me more than just sacrifice you to the God. Forget this. I be God, and you just work for me. How's that? You live, you just work for me, and I be God. And that sound like a good deal? People say, yeah, I like that. I want to live. Okay, we good. It's done. It's better than sacrifice, right? Right. You see that? What would you like more, Keela, if you have that choice? To be sacrificed to someone else, God, or just let them be God, just work for them and live? Well, it's like you're doing right now.
That's crazy.
What?
The alternative, like either you sacrifice and be like them, or that's crazy.
Because they found out someone woke up and said, this is a waste of resource. If you start killing people left and right, what's the point? Because other nation will rise and will think differently and will rise and dominate you. So, hey, you know what? We will stop sacrificing our own people. Or the enemy capture. Instead, just bring them in, add them to a community, and just grow. Okay. And so that means they have to change the rule. Hey, instead of sacrificing to the God, let's do this. You go ahead and join the army, die for country and God. Okay, how's that? Is that better? And how about this? You go ahead and do Shakespeare. We can offering creativity to the God and just entertain them. So it'd be not a waste of human resource. Because you and I know it takes human being long time to come of age. And to just kill them just like that, that's a waste. Say someone step in and persuaded the people to rethink themselves. Because if we keep sacrificing people left and right, that's what happened. There'll be no more people. Do you see now? And how can we have a civilization and expand to reach the level of God if we don't have people to build things for us? To show the God that we ain't dumb. We learn the lesson which they're dashing out. It's like a feedback we're giving them. Does that make sense right now?
Yeah.
And how do you become smart? Pattern recognition. Recognize the pattern. What is benefit is not what benefit. But what's benefit? Anything that help you to become stronger emotionally, physically, mentally is benefit. That's good. Anything that does not help you to become stronger physically, emotionally, mentally, and health-wise, that is bad. So recognize the two patterns. So we have to understand it with respect. Everything boils down to its simplicity. Remember that. Everything boils down to its simplicity. I taught you something that the other God did not taught you. I taught you food manifestation, changing water into alcohol or drug, injecting drug from distant. Who ever done that for you? No other God did except this Asian God, me, the super glue. And who taught you and who gave you the power to become God? Me. You notice that? You have it in you, but somehow I have the ability to turn it on and off. How's that for a God? Now I teach you how to recognize yourself as God. Did I not do that? That you are from God, that you are of God because you make a spirit. Does that make sense? So therefore you are self-sufficient. Now learn how to be self-sufficient and work together. Ain't that beautiful? I taught you to give your value to God level. And therefore, if you are the true God, self-sufficient, you don't need anyone to sacrifice himself for you. Because that's your weakness right there. That means you dependent on people to worship you. That means it's telling other God, you know, that you are not self-sufficient. You have dependency. That means you have weakness. That means you're not looking within you to find and realize who you are. Does that make sense? So be true to yourself. You are everything complete according to 5 rule. Rule 1, you exist. Rule 2, you're here now. Rule 3, you're one with all that is. The always one, the one is all. Rule 4, what you said not come back to you. Rule 5, everything changes except rule 1 to 4. That's it. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll have to end the recording now.
All right, thank
Love
you,
you
Dr.
guys.
King.
Make sure we bought what's it called? The UM1 from the stock exchange, okay? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.